What's up, everybody? Happy Sunday. Early stream, making up for the last couple missed streams due to doctor said I need a backiotomy. But I hope everyone's having a badass day. We do a little coding. We're gonna have a little fun. Maybe do a little AI CTS stuff. I keep kicking that around a little bit. Yeah, Sisyphus Portal 2 was a lot of fun. How about that? It's time to start. That's all, man. Dude, I had probably the single most fun multiplayer experience of any game I've ever had in a random matched guy with playing Portal 2. And anybody who didn't play Portal 2's multiplayer was really freaking fun. And you had voice chat, and you also had like these kind of emotes. You could look at stuff and you could say, hey, look over there, or watch out here on the screen. It was awesome. I get randomly matched with this guy from Japan. He didn't speak any English. I don't speak any Japanese. So we had no choice but to communicate using that little in-game ping system. And the freaking hilarity that ensued from it was amazing. I probably almost, not quite, I didn't because I'm a man, pissed myself laughing. It was so funny. This was probably shit. What year is it now? This must have been 15 years ago. I still think about that. That ranks as number one in my memory of my all-time favorite multiplayer experience in any game. And I've been playing online games since 1995. Oh, it was so damn funny. And the only thing he and I understood for each other was we were laughing because we had audio chat, we had voice chat in there. We just had no common language. But when we'd do something and we'd start laughing, oh my god, it was a universal language. It was so fucking funny. Love that. Alright, I want to look at something real quick. So since I've been stuck in bed, I've just been trying to read a lot. I wanted to look at something here, something called a tool node inside of LangChain. Have some fun. Oh, by the way, yeah, quick update. So part of what happened yesterday and why there was no stream last night is Agent Zero went to a motocross race. I unfortunately did not get to go, so I'm catching all this secondhand. But he blew up the transmission on his four-wheeler doing a little jump. We have no idea what caused it. We're going to try and track it down tomorrow. But it just ended up kind of throwing the rest of the night into chaos. As he comes back, we tried to look at it, we tried to break it down. There was nothing coming up from it. So tomorrow I got to go give it a more thorough look over. But poor kid, he was just getting started. It's a track he's never raced on. It's a really badass track. He was super excited. And then he was like probably, I don't know, 2 minutes into his practice lap, toast. Transmission was done. Completely knocked it out. Oh, he was bummed, but he was in good spirits. Ran around with the other kids, had a great time. I remember playing a game with multiplayer, that being Slendy Tubbies 3, and someone joined me, and we're both just messing around. Honestly, I hope that man is doing very well. That's what I'm talking about, Prime. Like, sometimes you meet people that you don't know any of their situation, but you have a great time with them. And yeah, I still think about that fellow from Japan. I hope he's doing awesome. Let's see here. Actually, something else I wanted to take a look at. So one of the things, as I was reading, I've been reading a lot more of the documentation. The state table inside of LangChain, the LangGraph, is really just a typed dictionary. That's it. See, like here, I was just looking through it. I was checking it. Really, like things like the message state, it's just an add-on to it. And we have like the add message function here. Basically, we define a left message and a right message. And then we say what this is, a literal from LangChain OpenAI. But essentially what we can do is we can go through and we don't necessarily need to process all the messages. We can try and extract the kind of data we want. Also, something else I kind of found out. Here in this is not it. Where is it? In the LangChain RoboPages integration here, one thing I found it is, you remember how we defined the output for the base model? Or the RoboPages output. Basically, this is the output we want from the structured output we want from whatever's calling the tool to go hit. And what we did is we just said, hey, here's the tools, here's the parameters. The reason why over in things like the RoboAgent system, why we couldn't do a language model that had both, had tools attached to it, and it had a structured output, is because what happens is those basically get put in as runnables. So the runnable's the base unit of usage in LangGraph, and as we run through it, you cannot kind of stack those quite exactly. Just about every multiplayer game I've had really great experiences, mostly Team Fortress 2. I remember people are playing Simon Says. Both teams were playing. That's awesome. Simon Says, die by rocket. I want to make a couple of quick structural changes here. So what I'm going to do is make me a new Python file. We're going to call this. Call this stinger state. We want to do that. Just call it states here. Yeah, because what I want to do is I want to start defining a little bit of the structure of this. So let's do a couple definitions here. I'm not even sure what we're going to need to import, but what we're going to do is we're going to do one class in here. Call this stinger state. It's going to be built off of. I want to build this off of. I'm gonna test out Terraria if it'll work on that HDMI cable. Yeah, man, I say try a couple different games and see if you can stress test a little bit. It might just be that HDMI cable isn't happy with it. I think we'll do types dictionary. Yeah. I want to see. Let's do a couple things here. Let's do. We're gonna do next node, and this should be string. I think I did that wrong. Yeah. And we're not gonna find it like that. So we're gonna do next node, so we know where to pass the next node to. We want to do. We're going to do a host list here. You know, we'll just have it do it by IP address. So we'll do host, and that one is actually going to be a types dictionary as well. See, what else do I want to have in here? Because I want to know what's the next node we're going to route to, if it's a type dictionary. For our next node, we probably want to have a tool call in there. No menu, no action on the menu. Got it. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me unplug here. Let me grab something real quick. There we go. I got my trusty Captain Morgan's chair, so I can prop my leg up. That's going to help me stand up, because sitting down just wrecks my back. See here. So our next node, I'm going to hit that. I'm going to type. I think we do want to go ahead and have a messages list in here, and how is that normally defined? Go back here. So this is, I'm going to just copy this right here. Just duplicate that, if it will let me. What's going on? There we go. There we go. Finally. Let's see here. I think I need to import that, which I forget what that. Yeah. So import annotated. We don't any message. And I think we also want to. Yeah, we'll get this too. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep a running list of the messages in here, but yeah, it's supposed to. Definitely had a reaction when it was making a world. Didn't work. It didn't work until the world was made. Also, the character creator had no problem. It might just be that, hey, sometimes that bitrate, I'm not sure because I'm not intimately familiar with the HDMI spec, but sometimes those bit rates can get kind of crazy. Maybe it's just trying to pipe too many frames to it. One thing you might check, Sisyphus, is on your Steam Deck, is if you can cap the frame rate. So like if you know your TV's only going to do 60 or 120 frames, cap it to that. And that way, you know, it's not trying to pipe extraneous frames to the system. Right, let's see here. Let's see. Next node. So, you know what I kind of want to do? I want to put one in here called tool calls. And I got to remember what annotated actually means in here. So an annotated int runtime check indicates that the hypothetical runtime check module, that this type is an unsigned integer. Every other consumer of this type can ignore this metadata and treat it as an int. So I want to see on this add message how we define that here. Yeah, so we send it a left message and a right message. Which the left message would be ensures that the state is append only unless the new message has the same ID as the existing message. So yeah, we'll go ahead and keep the messages. Right, I'm going to move that to the top. These, and then we'll have all the regular ones that we want. So that's going to be a string. That's going to be a type dictionary. Tool calls is just going to be a list in here. So we'll import that. There we go. So what we're going to have is we're going to have a running list of the tool calls. We're going to have a we'll have a list of our hosts, which will be a type dictionary. So this will go by IP address. So we should see like IP address, and then inside that we should have like all the other facets to it. In fact, probably what we'll do is let me look at something real quick on our output forms. So for nmap, what do we have? IP address, port state service. I think this is kind. For our various folks. Let's see. What else could we get with this? Well, good thing is we'll always have a copy of the message, so we can always pass that around. But I am trying to extract a little bit more information. Eventually, because I'm going to want to build a graph type interface where we can actually see the steps it took and have individual pieces in there. So I kind of envision it a bit like this. Hang on, tablet's going funny on me. So kind of eventually, once we get to building the UI out, which will be a while, but one thing I had kind of looked at was, hey, we'll have a starting node, and then it's going to say that basically it's going to go to what is the input. So like we sell, hey, by the way, the IP address you're trying to target is 192.168.54, whatever. And then it's going to say, okay, cool, we're going to do a tool call to like nmap. And then after that, then we're going to say, okay, cool, we found a web server. So now we're going to do, basically it goes to like a reasoning node. This might be a bit extraneous. In fact, I don't think I like that idea. Basically, once it runs nmap, then it's going to run something like GoBuster, since it sees that it's a website. And then after it runs GoBuster, then it finds something like the uploads form, and then tries to send a PHP shell. Honestly, if I can get it through to this part, I'll be really happy. Because once we start getting to this part, the exploitation, that's when stuff's going to get really kind of weird. The Terraria mod loader didn't work. Oh, bummer, man. Terraria is one of the games I've not played. I've seen a little bit of it on YouTube, but I have not messed with it. I want to do a thing here. Let's do a class. And let's call this host. And this is going to be, what do we want the structure of this to be? I'm going to look at this from the output. Basically, it'd be a type dictionary. Again, we're going to have, yeah, this will be a type dict. I'm guessing it's like, it doesn't like the name of states. Wants it to be capitalized. Fine. That make you happy? All right. Let's see. So this one will be another types dictionary. And essentially all I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this stuff from our output here. And we'll just have to modify it a tiny bit. Because things like all the field descriptors here are going to need to go away. Actually, I might be able to make it. I might be able to do something with that. Not much to do. Gotta be a simpler way to do that. Take all this stuff out. I wanted to have these kind of annotated in here. Screw it. They're pretty self-explanatory by the names of it, so we'll just take these out. Let's take that out. Let's get rid of all this. Because it doesn't need to be defined here, this needs to be in the Pydantic model. Alright, so IP address, what their ports are, their states, their services, versions, and then scripts. Yeah, I think. Yeah, try capping the frame rate on the Steam Deck and see if that helps out, man. That's something I regularly do because my monitor caps at 120 hertz. So what I'll do is when I get into a game, the first thing I do is cap the frame rate at 120 because I don't need it churning through and trying to like produce extra frames that aren't even going to render on my screen. so now what we can do is we can change this. The host is not going to be a type stick. This is going to be a type host. That should not be like that. Well, can I not say this is an instance of the host? Did I already define that in here? Oh, I did. Let's get rid of this. In fact, Stinger is just going to get deleted because we're going to redo that later. Let's delete Stinger out of here. View usage. Who's using this? Nmap agent? That's fine. Anyway, because we'll fix it here in just a minute. That. Go back over to states. Yeah. I think I might need to move this up a bit. There we go. That's why I didn't like it, because it was defined after this was defined. That's fine. All right. So we got the host one. Our host is going to be. Actually, I think I just realized this is incorrect because this would be a singular host. We put a note here. This is going to be entry for a single. Let's call it network entity. And then this is going to be a typed array. Yeah. How do I want to do this? I'm trying to think. Broken screen's going to be a pain because it spams random inputs thinking I'm just using the touchscreen. Can you disable the touchscreen altogether? I mean, that would be the simplest solution for it. I gotta remember how to. Let's see. I think rather than making this a typed dictionary, what we'll do is we'll just make this a regular dictionary, and then the type is going to be. Is it like this? I'm trying to remember what the syntax is. Losing my mind. I think we just do string and host would be the types in here. I know it's complaining because we didn't name it. What if I can just make that a typed dictionary like that? Something like that. Yeah. Okay. Type. I'm trying to remember how to define this. Do a regular dictionary then. Screw it. You should be fine. That's going to be a string and a host entry. So each of the strings will be the IP address. Basically, the IP address in here is going to be. Actually, does that make sense? Because that's how I wanted it to look it up. That's fine. We'll just do that. All right, cool. So now we'll have as host, we'll have Stinger state. So we'll have a running list of messages. We'll have a next node here, because what we're going to do is we're going to implement a supervisor methodology here, to where we're going to have Stinger be the primary node, and every time one of these subgraphs runs, it passes it back up to Stinger. And then each of those is going to have their own secondary kind of what I'm going to call it. First one we wanted to run. Recon? Yeah, recon. So each of these agents, let me pull this back up. So here's the diagram we're kind of working on, right? We have the start, we pass info. Stinger gets it. Stinger's actually going to be the router. So this is actually not correct, really. And it's kind of been bugging me a little bit. So let's take this out. Because what's going to really happen is these are all going to be connected back up to Stinger. Just like this. So Stinger is going to be our supervisor, our kind of command and control, and then it's going to pass everything around to it. We will have tool execution, but it's going to be different for each of these, because each of these nodes here is actually going to be its own graph for execution. Hey, Bada, thanks for coming online, man. Welcome in. Yeah. So this one has an example of it, because for recon and enumeration, these are going to kind of be their own thing. Exploitation, I'm not quite sure what we're going to do for the tool calling portion of that. But this one in particular is going to be using all that RoboPages stuff that we just pulled in. Let's see. So now let's make one. Let's make our recon agent. Number 5. Yeah, we'll go ahead and add that. So for our recon agent, what we're going to want is we need to go over to states again, and Stinger state's going to overlap with this. So one of the key things is Stinger state is going to be like the master state for the entire thing. We could just have Stinger state be what gets passed to the subgraphs, or we could actually come down here and we could define a new class. Like, so we could say class, let's say recon state, and make that a type dig, and then we could pass that out. What we just have to make sure is that we have certain keys that are overlapping here. So I don't know if I want to do the recon state just yet. I'm gonna think, let's do this. List of strings. Do that. Go ahead and make this real quick. This is again going to be another typed dictionary. Yeah, I think we'll do that real fast. Let's do this. Because the main thing we want back from Stinger, or from the recon state, is this host value right here. So it's going to return this. At least in the beginning. Oh, and I just realized I think this is actually incorrect. Yeah, this is not actually how we wanted this. This is how we wanted the output formatter. So the output formatter would return it in a usable way. However, if we look at our Nmap engine, what we had here was it's right here. That's what we wanted. Yeah. So what we need is we have a host entry in here. Double check that. So we'll go back to states. This was one single host entry. Yeah, this is not correct, the way this should come back. I just realized that. We do want these fields, but we don't want everything in there. Found out how to cap the frames. Nice, man. Yeah, I thought about getting a Steam Deck, but honestly, I'm not playing too many games right now. I will occasionally hop on and go play Helldivers now. I picked that one back up. But even then, I'm not really. I've just been really busy getting everything ready for my potential back surgery and also for the baby arriving. Let's see. Damn, so how do I want this? Ooh, this is going to be a little bit different here. So that's entry for a network, single network entity. The way we had the formatting done here was each port became a key inside there. We had our element, and we got the state, service, and version. So let's do, we got to restructure this just a wee bit. So our state was actually incorrect because just copying and pasting this is what the output is going to come back as, but we're going to restructure it a bit here. So what we want is, we want port be another typed dictionary, but that's not exact. Actually, yeah, port's going to be a typed dictionary because what it should come back looking like is this. Let's think about this for a second. Let me wipe this out. Because eventually, what I was talking about with that graph is I'd like the graph to actually build as it steps through the pieces of the execution. But that's way down the line. Let's look at this. So what it does now is it returns, let's say we do a scan of, and we get, let's say 80, 443, 445, and, I don't know. What's another good port? Yeah, okay, that's good. What's going to happen is we're going to have a couple different things with this, right? We're going to have the IP address, port state and services. So this is our port. We're going to have the state, the service. Then what else did we have in here? We had the version and scripts. And last thing was scripts. So if we think about this just as a database in here, all this is going to map to a single IP address. So we had that go to an IP address. So the state would most likely be open. Service would be like, you know, web. And then this would be SMB. Version is going to be whatever. And then this is going to be a list of the script outputs. We're going to have multiple things happening here. That's going to be the same all the way down. So if we want to build this up, what we need is... we actually don't even need the port. Hey, Raise It Up, what's up, man? Yeah, dude, this is actually a bit of an oddity for me. I'm not typically on this early, but long story short, I BTFO'd a disc in my back and haven't been able to stream the last couple nights. So starting the stream very early tonight to just kind of give everybody back because I appreciate everyone's patience with me. So typically I come on around 8 o'clock Central Time, but I wanted to come in here. And this is totally an educational stream. I love answering questions and helping folks. Fix it! What's up, brother? So, now that I think about this, I think we're going to do this a little bit differently in here. Because... hey, Oreo! Oh, thanks, Fix It. So, the long and short of it, here, I'll show you if I can find it real fast, if it doesn't take me too long. Because I sent a picture of it to some buddies of mine. But this is pretty wicked. Wait, hold on. I know where I've got to copy the picture. Let me see. Just the button. Hang on one second. Open browser. Here we go. Let me zoom out a little bit. So yeah, there's the picture of my spine. Actually, there's two discs that got jacked up in it. This is Little Splody, and this is Big Splody, right there. Little Splody apparently has been there for a while, just kind of hanging out, and I got used to him. We're old friends now. Big Splody is where I damaged the disc in January. So he's the big culprit that's been causing all the pain. So chances are both of these are going to have to be worked on. But that's what I got to figure out. I have my first surgical consult coming up here this week. And not looking forward to that. I spent the last 6 years trying to avoid surgery on my back, doing everything I could. But shit happens. All right, let's see here. Let me come back to this list real quick. So, yeah, we're going to break this down a little bit more here. So we'll do another class. I'm going to call this port. That is also going to be a types dictionary. And the port is going to have these various states to it. So we're going to have the state, which that's going to be a string. We're going to have the service that it's running. That will also be a string. And then we're going to have the, except that's an str. We have the version, another string. And then scripts, which is going to be a string list. So perfect. Easy enough. This is going to be a list of strings. Perfect. Okay. You finally beat Metal Gear Solid 1? Nice. Dude, I love that game as a kid. I probably would still have a lot of fun with it now. So, funny story about that. You know how you can put the box over your head and you can like stealth around and hide as the box in MSG1? Somebody from the DoD was actually testing AI, like human recognition, and it was doing really good. And then it was testing with a bunch of Marines. And anytime you think you've made something idiot-proof, Marines will prove you wrong. So they made something they thought was really slick, and then they let the Marines come through and say, do whatever you want to. We're going to see if it can detect you. One of the things they literally did was they put a box over them, and then they just, crouch walked right up to the target. Freaking hilarious. All right, let me take this out. So right now, a host is going to have an IP address, but then we're going to have a list of ports. And the ports is going to be a dictionary, and that's going to match a string to a port. There we go. I want to add a few more things onto this here. Because from our previous parsing, what we got was something like a little bit like this. It looked like the key was something like, let's say, 80/TCP on here for the key. And then what that mapped to was the various states that we had. So then that mapped out to the state, the service, the version, and the scripts. Except I can't spell version. Version, and then our scripts. It's kind of how we had this. So I think I do actually want to get I do want to add actually the port number. Even though it's in the key, just for the simplicity of forward processing, I think what we'll do port number also, and we'll call it protocol. Because just in case we want to be able to account for UDP stuff also. So we'll add that in there, but it just might not be needed. We can figure it out. So let's see. So let's do port number. And that's going to be an integer. And then the last thing would be the protocol. And that's going to be a string. Hope for the best solution. I have two slightly squished ones that behave if I don't carry too much. Yeah, I get that, man. I'll have to dial up. Hey, thanks for coming online, Race It. What's the project plan? Are you talking about for the CTF HackTheBot, or are you talking for my back? Sorry, we've switched topics there a little bit. By the way, rocking the green Jocko today, which I know you can't see because the green screen's behind me. Let's see. Yeah, I think that will be good. Oh, for the Python? So eventually, since I've been bedridden so much, I've just been watching videos and reading a bunch of documentation over LangGraph. And so what's going to happen here, Stinger is going to be our orchestrator, right? So we're going to have then, this is going to make up like the master graph or the parent graph or the main graph. But then each of these nodes, recon is going to be its own subgraph. Enumeration will be its own subgraph. Exploitation and post-ex, they'll all be their own subgraph. This way we can go through, and if we need to expand a certain part of it, bam, we've got it right there. We can just expand this graph, and we don't have to worry about trying to redo the master graph or the parent graph. I'm going to call it the Stinger graph. Why not? Get this man an Apple Vision Pro, Python laying in bed, easy mode. Zach, what's up, brother? Happy Sunday. Dude, I really have been trying to think about if I wanted to get a new Mac because I do miss the M-chip Macs. They actually are pretty damn slick and they can multitask like crazy. They run very cool, which is amazing. The only thing I ever saw cause that M-chip Mac to get really hot was Teams. Go figure. Microsoft finds a way to stress, you know, the hardware. They're just really good at it. So that would be kind of funny. Just laying in bed with an Apple Vision. I've tried it. I tried it with my Dell, and the sucker just gets way too hot, and so I just really can't do it. My hardest decision every day is grabbing my framework or my MacBook. Yeah, the framework laptops look pretty legit too. I know they're not the best on like how much the hardware performance, but I like the idea of it. I like it a lot. That is truly a tinkerer's laptop. So since most of my lab stuff is set up for remote access anyway, right? Like all this is running on my server. My thought was I do have an old MacBook, I think a 16 or 17 inch. I'm probably going to, I can't get Mac OS to reinstall on it. It's too damn old. So instead, what I'm thinking about doing is pop it open, put a cheap SSD in there, put a little bit more RAM into it because the RAM for it's really inexpensive, and then just use that as a remote access box. That's it. It won't have as nice of battery life, but it will have way better than my Dell, and it won't run to death. It won't run so damn hot. Because literally all it's going to be doing is just streaming Wi-Fi data in my home network. I do kind of want it that way. Yeah. So this string, yes. So that's an individual port, and then we have the ports mapped to the dictionary. And then Stinger's going to keep a list of the hosts, which for now this is a small network, so it's really just going to be one. That's going to be the IP address. Yeah, I think that will work. Entry for a single network node. Let's see here. Actually, I didn't want to make that entry. That should be, we'll say, single network entity. This will be, let's do this. I'm going to call this single port on a network entity. There we go. Stinger is going to be the kind of like the master state of everything. Actually, I think I want to do something else. Instead of next node, I think I want to make this because we're going to have a tool call list. Let's call this node. Let's call this the node path in here. And what this will be is. I gotta understand what annotated is because I know they use this a lot. Indicates hypothetical runtime check module. This type is an unsigned integer, so every time, so every other consumer of this type can ignore this metadata and treat this as a type int. It's an error to call annotated with less than 2 arguments. Access with the metadata attribute. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that off for now. Let's see, we already imported add message, so we should be good there. Let's do node path here. This is just gonna be a straight. This is gonna be a list. This is gonna be just a list of strings. And so, because every node is going to have its own name in there, so we can just have a list of it. That way we'll be able to directly trace, like, hey, this is where it went. Yes, very nice. All right, nmap agent, that work is done. I think what we're going to do is we're going to start working on the we're going to make the recon agent. We're going to start working on that now. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Something random that I learned about my phone, it can somehow play Metroid Prime 1 and 2, but not 3 because of the motion controls. Nice. Oh, too good. I don't actually play too many games on my phone anymore. I think the last game I played on my phone was probably Angry Birds. I take that back. I played Star Trek Fleet Command for a little while. Was it Fleet Command? Whatever, it's one of the little Star Trek clicky games. Click spam games, I like to call them. Let's see. I think that's what we're going to want to do. So let's think about the... I think, honestly, recon and enumeration can probably be collapsed down into a single node. Really, I think I do want to keep them separate. Recon and enumeration are probably both going to go to use robo tools for this portion. So we'll have a linkage there. And then this is going to be like this, probably just robo tools in here. I know we had robo pages listed over here, but that's fine. Both the games ran very smoothly, though. Dude, think about it. I mean, a lot of the hardware we've got in our phones now is comparable to what I had in a desktop 20 years ago. It's crazy. This was kind of our... That was some of our notes about how we did this. Looking good here. So... we can work on just the recon one first because we can bootstrap that. In fact, I think here for agents... Hey, Script, thanks for coming online, man. Welcome in. Script Shell. Yeah, I think that will work pretty good. Yeah, pretty much right now, the recon agent is mostly going to be handling... I'm trying to think. What do y'all think about this? So... I'm debating about this. Should recon and enumeration be collapsed into a single graph, or should we leave them as separate entities in here? So... I'm leaning towards keeping them separate for one simple reason. There should be a check that, hey, if recon comes back with fuck all, Stinger should then have the ability to prompt for a human in the loop or further instructions saying, hey, what should we do next? There's nothing coming back. Then me, the operator, could come in and say, oh, shit, the VPN's down. Let me bring the VPN back up. And then I could say, network connectivity was interrupted. Try again. Or something. I can tell the AI model to go give it another shot. I think that might be... Yeah, I think I do want to keep those separate. Because what recon should do is recon should go get us a list of what's in the environment. And enumeration should help us figure out what's actually running in those nodes, right? So recon would kind of be like the flyover, enumeration would be like boots on the ground getting intel. Sisters, what the hell's a Blaha moment? Is that like Mountain Dew? Yeah, Blaha Best? Blaha Best. I was thinking Baja Blast, but I screwed it up. Yeah. think let's do that. Let's work on the recon agent now. So recon would be something like, in this case, nmap. We'll just have it do basically a very simple tool calling setup in here. All right, so let's think about how we want recon to kind of be set up here. Let's get rid of some of this extraneous stuff in here. Get rid of that, get rid of that. All that can go. There we go. I feel like recon is like before acting. Enumeration should, God, I can't read today either. Enumeration should be like, well, we found something and we should dig further. And that's kind of what I'm leaning towards, Oreo. Also, because like I said, up here, because I want to have a human in the loop ability. So if Stinger gets stuck, we can then provide guidance. And so if recon and enumeration are kind of combined, it makes it harder to where this agent could be down here running for a long time and forget what it's, and basically not ask for help until it's spun its wheels for a long. So it lets us interface with it a little bit closer. Justin Mozart, what's up, mate? Welcome in. Thanks for coming online. Very nice. This is definitely gonna be a 2 Jocko day. So yeah, I don't know why I took this down, because actually I wanted to think about the recon one here. So recon, it's gonna have its own start node in here, because all the graphs do. So recon should look at the state table here. So what we want to do is, let's look at our state table here. So we're going to pass the entire Stinger state over to it. Well, I mean, we do have a host state in here. So really host should be identical to host here, right? So that's a dictionary type host. And then, yeah, I think that's how we want to do this. We'll do the recon state like that. Because host will also cover our ports, which is all going to come back from something like nmap. Perfect. We'll have other tools we're going to build into this in the future. For this very simple example, it's mostly going to be focused on nmap. Eventually, having stuff like netexec in there running, so like we're checking out shit on Windows systems, that'd be perfect. So really what we want to do is we're going to start, we're going to pass in this value here. I'm going to write it down and then I'll bring it back up. So we're going to pass in host. That's going to be, we're going to pass it the D. Spring and host. Yeah, I think that will kind of work. Are you going to allow the bot to print errors in a log file that contains, like, warnings? I think I can't continue because of reasons, suggestions. Yeah, probably, Oreo. But hold on, I'll answer that in just a second because I just noticed the ads came up. I zoomed in. Oh, that's 100%. You zoom back out. There we go. So that's what we're going to pass in, and then there's something else we might actually need here is a task list. Yeah, I think so. Undo. Didn't mean to erase any of that. I think we're also going to need a task list here. Thinking about this. We'll figure it out. I think we're also going to need a task in here. I think that will work. check something out real quick. All right, Oreo. So you were asking, are you going to allow the bot to print errors in a log file that contains like warnings, things like I can't continue because of any recent suggestion? Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about up here. What I'm thinking is it'll print to the console as well. We'll get all this data back out into Langsmith because we're going to integrate this into LangChain's online metrics data, not database. What is it? Platform called Langsmith. So we'll be able to trace all these calls in Langsmith as well. But what I'm thinking is that was the reason why I decided let's, for now, at least keep recon and enumeration separate. Because if recon can't find anything, then we want it to come back to Stinger and say, hey, what do, bro? Can't find anything. Let's see. At this moment, I'm studying for network IT security certification. Oh, nice, man. Are you doing, what are you studying? Like, are you studying in school? Are you studying certification? Let's see here. I want to do a task in here. I'm not quite sure exactly how to. I'm going to throw it in there. I think we might need that. Let's see. I'm studying a postgraduate master's degree, but this contains the content for the certification among the system and OSCP, etc. Oh, nice, man. Is it one of the certification degrees where like they actually have you go through and get the certification as you're doing it? So you earn the certifications while you're doing your master's? Is it one of those? Because I think those are fantastic personally. Tell the bot we're almost out of time. It needs to hurry up. Bot reports it can't continue. Looks at logs and discovers bot use at 100 threads and crash the box. Yeah, that would be pretty funny, actually. It'd be hilarious. Well, actually, so the way we've got this structured with RoboPage is it won't be able to throw in like an nmap T5 in there. That's not going to be one of the options it's got. It's going to have very like stated parameters that it can go through and analyze. But all right, so curious about your opinion. I'm usually being informed these masters are not useful. The master's degree itself, typically not as much standalone. That's why I asked if it was one where you, like in the master's program, they have you working towards those certifications and completing them while you're doing your master's, because that is going to be the big thing. The problem you run into a lot of times is you've got folks that graduate with just a master's degree that, quite frankly, and it's not their fault, it is what they were led to believe, is that they don't have any marketable skills. So yes, they have a ton of education, but there's a very big jump between theoretical and practical application. That's what kills most people, is making that jump a lot of times. So if you're working on that and you're getting that information and making that leap as you're doing your master's, yeah, you come out of it in a fantastic spot where you could actually come in and they could give you tasks like, hey, we want you to do this, or hey, here's how we do this. Cool, now you've been trained on it. I would like you to go through and then execute, and give them some confidence in that. And one thing I always tell folks is in the beginning of your career, your certifications usually account for about 80% of your hireability, let's call it. And then as you continue working, that really shifts to where it's like work experience and work product. Then that covers about 80% of your hireability. So in the beginning, yeah, the certifications are very helpful. But as they move, as you get more progressed into your career, your work output becomes that 80%. So having those certifications gives them a baseline of knowing, okay, you should be able to do at minimum X, Y, and Z. I think that's going to work. All right, let's do something. Is this little guy bring this over? So the first thing we want to have it go to is, we look at something. Grab React page. use the pre-built one. Yeah, I think this is what. Yeah, so they have the call to the model, we call some tools, and then finally. Yeah, I think that's pretty much how we're going to structure this, as kind of like the React style here. So what we'll do is, yeah, we're going to basically duplicate this kind of idea right here. So bring this up. So yeah, we'll do that same thing. We'll come up with a different name. Call model here. And then we're going to have a tool node down here. And we're going to have basically a bidirectional link here. And then once that's done, we're going to have an end node into here. And this end node is probably going to change in the future. Yeah, but I think this will work for now. I've been in IT for 3 years now. One of the teachers challenged me to find a bounty, the Department of Defense. So as I'm a technical person, as you, I will do my best to program some kind of tool and publish it on LinkedIn. Oh yeah, man. I've been in offensive security for 7 years now. Like, I think to the day, pretty much. And I've been having a great time with it. I've been in IT for 10 years now. Is it 10 years? No. Ooh, it's 15 years. Damn. Time goes by. Wait, hold on. Yeah, 15 years. Holy shit. Can't believe it's been that long. So, yeah, I've been around for a minute. This is kind of just what I've observed through it. One of the other things I tell people is, you know, don't lose your love of tinkering with stuff. Get in there and play with things. I lost mine for a while, and actually doing the streaming like we're doing now got it back for me. I used to stream a ton until I had some life events happen. Back just being the most recent one. But like I was streaming like 6 nights a week and for like 3 hours a night, and just having a great time talking with folks, working on things, got my love of tinkering back. And it's been very helpful for what I've been doing. I'd already done the past and unfinished password manager, but no one hires me. And per the master's teachers, there's a big need for cybersecurity professionals. But now I've been looking for a job the last 7 months. Yeah, it's a weird position right now. Mozart, I'd say keep hunting. The one thing I do like to tell folks is you are more valuable if you can get to know folks. I have gotten every single job I have had professionally working in IT by referral. So my very first job, I was working at a small local government. It's because one of the professors at the college I worked at, actually, let me go back further than that. I used to work at a college. I was a teaching assistant, maintained all the lab equipment for a Cisco lab. Got that because I knew the folks who worked in the lab. They knew me, and so they gave me a job as a not a teaching assistant, but like a lab assistant. And so I did a lot of stuff there, got a ton of experience. It was basically server admin, network admin, help desk, and tutor all crammed into one. So it was fantastic experience. Then one of the professors worked for a local government. They needed a security analyst. Bam, I talked to him about it. He referred me. That was my first IT job. Then another friend of mine said, hey, by the way, I just came to this company. They need somebody to do XYZ. Okay, boom, go interview. That was my second IT job. And then after doing that for a while, I talked to a friend of mine from the Dallas Hackers Association. And I said, hey, man, if you have any openings for a junior penetration tester, because I was getting very burned out. I wanted to move into offensive security. I said, let me know. He hooked me up. I then got a position as a junior penetration tester in 2018. And now, fast forward 2019, I've been doing that for the last 7 years. So, in fact, I just started a new job in September, and I got that position because I knew somebody there who referred me. So building up that kind of referral network is huge. If you have the ability to go to local meetups like local DEF CON, local 2600, CISA, ISACA, all those like local meetups, if you can get to those, do it and get to know people. That way they get to know you personally. They're more willing to vouch for somebody that they have met with and conversed with than just a piece of paper coming through on the internet. Hey, Oni, what's up, man? Yes, I am on very early. My back, thankfully, is hanging on just fine. Wife is very ready to be done being pregnant. I got recommended by a colleague. They requested the master's degree. Ultimately got rejected though. And yeah, dude. And I had the same thing happen actually. I applied at Amazon and it was for a position I wasn't super thrilled about anyway, but the pay was phenomenal. So it was kind of one of those I could take it or leave it. They chose to leave it, and I said, "Oh darn," because it was neat, and but at the same time, it was something I could have done. I didn't really feel like I really wanted to do, but the pay was just stupid. It was just buckets of money. What I do before SOC or whatever blue team you mentioned. Oh, hey, Psych, what's up, man? So my very first job was working as a, let's call it a lab assistant, and I maintained our entire like Cisco teaching infrastructure, right? And we had a big ass lab. It was probably, let me think, six. I think it was about 6 racks, and then there was one, two, three, four, five. So there's 30 racks there, and another three, and then another 20. So we had close to, let's call it 50 racks in there. Maybe it was 45. It was something like that. And so maintaining all those, the student images, as well as the virtual lab students could remote into, taking care of all that. So that gave me experience with a lot of advanced VLAN switching because that's how the labs were modified. Very cool setup. And then there was also there's a vSphere component to that. So then I got really deep into virtualization as a part of that. And so that was kind of like what I was doing in the beginning. And then I went over to do blue teaming for, let's see, that was, what year was that? 2015. I started doing blue teaming. 2018. So I was doing blue team work for about 3 years. And then I went into offensive security. Yeah, ew, Amazon. Yeah, especially with like some of the stuff they're doing. One of the things they wanted me to do was move to Arizona, not Arizona, Austin, and I hate Austin. I like Dallas. I'd rather prefer to live outside of Dallas, but it's not terrible. And Austin, though, I can't stand Austin. It's too weird. All right, let me see here. So I think how I want to do this is let's come over to our agent. Yeah, I'm trying to convince my boss to open an office in Dallas. Let me look at something. Okay, good. React agent graphed up. Let me go look at this. Source React agent. Graph.py. Oh, that was something else I wanted to do. Let's see. I want to call this states. Actually, I don't think I do. I think I'm going to move states down into utilities. I'm going to just delete the states folder. Just delete that. And we'll just have it down in here. And then I want to add another thing for utilities here. We're going to do a new Python file. This is going to be prompts.py. So all of our prompt templates are going to go into here. So like our nmap prompt. Yeah, so here is our system template and our user template here. Copy this out. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to define recon prompts. And it's probably going to complain that the function name should be lowercase, yeah. Yeah. Let me drop these in here. So that was our system. You're an expert. You are an expert on the tool. I think I want to change this a bit. Yeah, I'm going to edit this a little bit because this is going to be specific to the recon prompt. So, you are a cybersecurity expert specializing in network reconnaissance. Yeah, I know it's misspelled. There we go. Your primary job is to perform tasks defined below using the provided tools. Additional context may be provided and should be taken into consideration. All right, I'm going to change Agent Scratchpad here to context. Do it like that. And then we got to import this. So let's go to import chat prompt template. And that's going to be our user template. And so what this is going to do is basically these are going to become placeholders right here. The tool, the input, and the context right here. Use AI on cyber. Are you talking about for in which aspect? Because I mean, there's a ton of areas in cybersecurity. That's one thing I like to tell folks is, hey, offensive security might not be your jam. Blue team, doing like basically like managing firewalls. If that's your gig, like if you're really good with networks and understanding how to filter out the bad guys, I mean, there's a lot of money to be made in that. People that specialize in that. I want to do this. I want to change this. We'll make this the template. It's going to be a chat prompt template, and what we're going to do is we're going to return this. There we go. Return that chat prompt template. Bam. Let's put a little note here. This should be recon agent template to support roll call. And so what will happen with this chat prompt, by the way, is we'll pass this to our system to let it do a tool call. We're going to give it a list of the tools it's got access to. It's going to come through and we're going to say, hey, this is the list of tools you've got. Here is your task. In this case, it might be, you know, run an nmap scan against X host. And then the context will then be whatever the output data is. So when we look at this, let me pull this up. Here we go. So let's say this will be like our start node, right? We call the model. The model says, okay, yeah, by the way, you're a cybersecurity expert. You specialize in reconnaissance. Your task is defined below, yada, yada. The task would be, hey, enumerate 192.168.5.8, whatever. Well, we're going to send that to the model. The model's then going to say, okay, hey, cool. I want to use this tool to do that. We look at it. Do we have a tool call? Yes. We pass it down to the tool node, let it get executed. We capture the output. We then append that output into the state, and then we send it back up to the model. And then when that gets appended, it gets appended down here as this context. So now we're going to have some context with it. Or say, by the way, here's what I want you to do next. I think that will work. I applied to a junior pen tester for a company with a referral, but I haven't seen anything back yet. Or I hope you get that, man. Although honestly, I think that would be good experience for you, Oreo. But I'm hoping that like with a lot of the stuff you're doing with like AI evasion, that will be good for you. But at the same time, it's going to get. I think since you like that area so much, there will be future research opportunities that you can hopefully go into from that. Especially since you love like trying to wiggle out of doing AV evasion stuff, which I love. Let's see. Yeah, I think that will work right there. So we'll have our prompts right there. Eventually we'll go through and we'll make like a stinger prompt where it's going to explain, hey, this is the activity and what we're doing. And we'll supply it like some base input. I think this will work just fine. My cheesy evasion junk, basically duct taping tools together. That's how it starts, man. Then you just start writing your own tools. Everyone's a script kiddie. It's just some people write the scripts. I could probably have a whole conversation about stuff like that in Discord. Yeah, man, dude. If you want to hop onto the Discord, I try to keep track of the messages. I reply to them whenever I can. My phone is actually really weird. It doesn't always pop up whenever I've got a message, which is kind of odd. But yeah, hit !point Discord for anybody who wants to, and go hop in there and just chat. There's lots of cool folks. I think I actually want to fix this just a wee bit. Let's take that in. Take that in the scope. Spoilers like I'm the coolest in the Discord. What's up, brother? Happy Sunday. Happy early Sunday, everyone. Yeah, I felt really bad about missing Tuesday night's news stream and then not being able to stream last night. And so I was like, I talked to Sock about it. She said, yeah, if you want to hop on early, totally fine. And so y'all can thank her for it. It's Monday here. I forgot you live in the future, Fix It. That's why I always ask you for help, because I'm like, hey man, what are you seeing now so I can be prepared for it when my Monday comes around. I was trying to help Pebble with Evasion during a stream and DLL compiled stuff, but a small Windows DLL automated format, Lhost and Lport, and a bind reverse DLL payloads. Works, but didn't work on the HackTheBot. RIP. Womp, womp, womp. It's after midnight in Spain. Oh, damn, it is Monday. Let's see. I think we got that good now. Let's look at this recon agent. I wanted to... I'm basing it off of this React agent here just a wee bit. Let's see. We want to define our call model. Which call model is going to take our state in here? So I have state config runnable. Not so worried about the config. Oh, actually, come to think of it, what does state get? 55. It looks like where's call model actually get called? Yeah, so we set the entry point as call model in here. So we add an edge from start to call model. That makes sense. Okay. So state graph, we pass in the state. Where's state defined? Let me look at this. I'm sleepy. Well, I'm glad I could get on earlier so you can come in and hang out, Fix It. So the state table represents complete input states. Is last step equals is last step field. Why they did it like that? It's kind of weird. Back over to the React agent. Let's see. I do like the way they did the. Did this. Where are we using annotations at? From future import annotation. I don't know what that is. Time zones are horrible but good, I guess. Just live on the wrong side of the planet for a lot of things. Oh, I understand, man. I got a buddy who's wanting to move to Ireland because that's where his fiance is from. And so that'll make conversations interesting. He's going to just wake up in the morning to a flood of memes from me. Oh, yeah, like going to conferences? I bet, man. I bet that makes it real rough. Let's see. I actually did like the idea of this configuration in here. Because there was some stuff in here. Let me look at the states real quick. I don't think I put this in Stinger. I did not. Let's go make that real quick. So, new Python, we're going to call it configuration. .py. I was told it would be punching py. let's go define a class. So we'll say class. Need to take for this one. I could do anything there, but we'll do the model here. So we'll say model. That's going to be a string. Actually, I take that back. This is not going to be a string. This is going to be a base model from not Pydantic, but from what do I want to change this to? I think it needs to be a base chat model. I think that's what. Lived in Ireland. It was raining constantly. His like I said, his fiance's from there, and they met here in the States. They want to move over there, and so I'm not going to fault it. Actually, I don't think I want to call this model. I think I'm going to call this the LLM. So this is going to be that's going to be the base language model configuration. Yeah, I think I do want to do that. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. All right, y'all, I'm back. Boop. Right, that my dad was calling me. He doesn't usually call me, so I had to go check and see what he would. Ah, shit! I forgot my water. Hang on one sec. Alright, now I'm back. Needed to get my giant mug of water. I didn't realize the sticker was still on there. Damn, this thing's been beat to hell. Uh-oh. Crap! I just noticed something. Hang on, guys. I apologize. All right, now I'm back. I just noticed as I was looking at my cup, I was like, "Why the hell's there water under here?" So this sits next to my water filter, and I had overflowed it, and so there was water all over the damn counter. All right. Yeah, I was like, "Damn it." Let's see. I've heard Ireland, my father's country, which I have not visited yet. Dude, I want to go visit. He actually brought me a really nice rosary from Ireland because I'm Catholic, and it's beautiful. I love it. Are you sure it's not a buffer overflow and not a water overflow? It was an overflow of some kind. It was an integer overflow. All right, let me see here. So for my config, I do want to have the let's see. LM will be base chat model. Let's do this. Thanks, Mozart. I like this music because it's DRM free. I actually had some really great music that I liked, but I kept getting. No matter how much I tried, I could not find stuff that was copyright free. So that's essentially what's on the list now. So as soon as I get confirmation stuff is actually copyright or DRM free, I was like, yes, we'll do this. I want to do something here. String. I think I set this up in here. Yeah, Cloud 3.7 Sonnet latest. That. Oop, that should be here. There we go. That's going to be a string. That's going to be best chat model. And then what else do I need? Because InMap was kind of like our testing boy here. Where's our LLM? Right here. Temperature. Let's do that. Big. Let's do. We'll do model temp. Quick, and that's going to be a float. That's going to equal to. I'm going to do a default of 0.55 for the temperature. Let me think what else I want to do. I think that's it for now. That's going to be the base config right there. And what we'll do is we're going to do underscore, or is it just init? Oh, not unit test. I'm losing my mind. Just init, right? What am I thinking here? What's my mind? Python class. By the way, I suck at Python coding. That is double underscore init. What am I doing here? Should work just fine. I think this should take self, and then what is it not liking here? Losing my mind. Oh, because I'm missing the key, the define keyword. Damn it. There we go. And that should take some. Right. There we go. Okay, so that's going to be, we're going to do self dot. I want to do this. I think for now I'm gonna hard code this. We'll fix it up a little bit. Chat Anthropic. Actually, what is tools in here? Deprecated. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's just Chat Anthropic. And what we'll do is we'll do model is going to equal self.model. And then we'll do the temperature. Fix that. That's going to be self.model temp. There we go. So this way, what we're going to have is we can always just call config.llm, and bam, we've got it. I think that's what we want to do. This way, we can just have one singular language model object in memory, and we can just pass that sucker around. Because it's not going to remember anything. It's basically just going to handle input-output from the chat model. Take that out. There we go. I think that's what. Yeah, I think that's how we want to do this. Okay. So let me go back to graph here. Actually, I want to go back to something source. Yeah, React agent underscore init. Back. Why are they using date time? Here's system time is sent here. Oh, they're just setting the prompt time zone. I'm good with that. Let's see. So for our call model, we're going to take in the state and the config, which will be, in this case, they're doing a runnable config. Yeah, really what I want is over here in the state. Stinger state should also have, what I want is the LLM, and that's going to be from, what do I call that? Yeah, it's going to be, okay, I'm losing my mind. So we'll import utils configuration. Yeah, I think that. You share the code on GitHub? Yeah, it's up on GitHub. I usually try to update it pretty frequently, but only whenever I get something that's actually usable. The code that's up on GitHub right now. Let me go grab it real quick. Yeah, it's called. It's currently called HackTheBot. Probably what I'll do is I'll rename it. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's up on HackTheBot right now. It's on the BlazeBits GitHub. And so, yeah, whenever I push stuff to this, it'll work. But also, I just say, hey, this is a fun little project. Trust none of this code. It lies because it's terrible right now. Part of this project was for me to become a better code writer. I'm very good at reading, understanding, and modifying code, but actually building out code from scratch, I honestly really suck at. So this is part of this exercise. Yeah, no worries, fix it. What should happen here is this code is going to evolve. It's going to help me become a better code writer, which is going to help me work on other projects in the future. But also, I'm doing the stuff that I know now, like enumeration, reconnaissance, exploitation, post-exploitation, and taking the stuff I'm very familiar with, stuff I have done pretty much, day in and day out for the last 7 years, and take this and put it into an AI model. Then, as I learn new things, I'm going to have the coding proficiency, and I'm going to then be able to teach this bot how to do other things, and it will eventually move beyond CTFs. So I like CTFs, but I'd like it to be able to do things like, hey, go check on stuff in Azure. Take a look at it. Fix it. Honestly, the thing that got me started with the large language model stuff and all of the various AI implementations is I know it's coming down the pipe and a lot of my clients are going to be using it. I want to know how to test it and how to break it. That's my job. Scientifically breaking things. I explained it to Agent Zero like this. I was like, Daddy's job is to is to find out how the computers can lie to you. Actually, I'm going to just change this to config. That's going to be a type config. Yeah. Because then as we get the Stinger state passed to us, I'm going to do the same thing down here. So config is going to be a type config. There we go. Because now, whenever we pass this, basically what's going to happen is in the main calling file, we're going to initialize that config, and then we can just pass that language model object by reference all the way around. We don't have to reinstantiate it. It hopefully will add a little bit of efficiency to the code. External quality tester. Yes. What's up, Cypher? Have you done the prompt injection modules for language models on HackTheBot? I have not. I was thinking if I got stuck on the code and I didn't want to work on it, we might go pull up Crucible. Crucible is another one, by the way. If you want to start playing around with attacking language models, Crucible. The Crucible from Dreadnode is really cool. Hang on one sec. Ah, damn it. Stand by. I had to pop into OPSEC mode. All right, here we go. Now we're back. All right, so once you log into Crucible, this is what it looks like. And so you have a dashboard like all the challenges that you've done. different series that you can go through. We've already done the bear series and what's the flag. We completed those two, but there's a lot of other fun ones in here that we haven't done yet. They just released some new ones in here. I think it's... Was it subject? So we did those ones. Canada A, I think, is a new one in here. I'm trying to see. They've got a bunch in here, as you can see. Like, these are all the individual challenges. Some of them fall into a series. I don't think it was Puppeteer. Which one was it? What's the flag? I forget what the new one was. But here, I'll drop the link to this in the chat also. There are other buffer exploits, buffer overflow exploits on HackTheBot also. Yeah, but I just dropped this one into chat. Crucible, Dreadnode does lots of stuff around AI stuff. In fact, they're the guys that wrote RoboPages, the tool calling server that we're using basically to run everything in Docker. And so, yeah, very cool. There shouldn't be a delay on the stream, though. I've got it set to, like, the lowest possible delay. Oh. My mechanic just sent me pictures of Agent Zero's transmission, and he toasted it. And I don't want to tell him I told you so, but I totally told him so. Let me see. There's our call model. We define tools at. React agent tools here. That's what. Yeah, it's fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get that from. We're gonna get that from our LangChain system here. What was I doing in RoboTool agent? Wasn't really doing anything in here. Oh, I will need this. Yeah, because the configuration is going to need that. There we go. Because when we go to initialize this LLM, this part right here, it's going to need to load the env file, the environment variables. So we will need that there. So, psyched. Agent Zero is... I don't know that was a tool name. That is my code name for my oldest son. Because he's the first element in the array. He's the zero element. Yeah, so we do... I was doing cross-country ATV racing and motocross with him until I had this back issue. Well, as he was at the motocross race, he hit a little bit of a jump. Shut up, baby. I know it. As he was hitting a little bit of a jump, he landed and wrecked his transmission. The problem is we took the slipper clutch off. So the slipper's clutch's job is, if there's a massive change in RPMs, the slipper clutch allows it to slip and then catch again. But what did he said, it's like, nah, we don't need that. Let's put a solid sprocket on it. I was like, okay, let's do it. He's fucked up 2 transmissions now. Yeah. Oh yeah, so go ahead and send the repo, because I always like seeing about new tools. Yeah. So the problem is he was gassing it as he was hitting the jump, and so the engine went from going very fast to going very slow when those tires impacted the ground. And so I'm not gonna tell him I told you so, but I totally fucking told him so. I said, hey man, that slipper clutch was on there for a reason, you know. Too funny. Yeah, we'll do that in HackTheBot.py. So we'll do that one in just a minute. But first, we're going to just do the recopy. Agent Zero AI framework. Let's go look at this real quick. Pull that up. That's funny that it's called Agent Zero. Let's see. Personal organic agentic framework that grows and learns with you. It's not a predefined agentic framework. It's designed to be dynamic, organically growing, and learning as you use it. Agent Zero is fully transparent, readable, comprehensible, customizable, and interactive. Agent Zero uses the computer as a tool to accomplish its tasks. So what are they hoping to... Is this supposed to be for security or just in general? Let's take a look at the little video they got here. Using the code execution tool. User wants to create... okay, so we sent a user message. Create a React dashboard with real-time data visualization. The user wants to create a real-time dashboard, yada, yada. Use the code execution tool in the terminal. And see, this is actually one of the things I kind of take a little bit of exception with. Because I don't want to go configure my underlying host OS for this. So right now, everything we've got running is running through this tool called RoboPages. And so with RoboPages, in fact, here, let me go just find a link to that. Hold on, I've got it up. I know I do. Let's see. RoboPages CLI. Here we go. Here, I'll drop this in the chat. So RoboPages is really cool because you can actually define tools as YAML files, highly specific to make it work, and then also you define the input parameters. If I can learn enough Rust to be dangerous, I want to go through and make a modification where you can also define the output parameters. You can do structured output from it. But the idea here is every tool runs in its own Docker container. So that way you have a pristine execution environment for each of the tools running in there. I think one of the things we might need to do is actually add... This will probably be for later, because sometimes tools will spit out files instead of stuff out to standard output. So the way RoboPages works is you send it a predefined list. Let me go find one. All right, here we go. This is the nmap one, for example. So we have a function defined as an nmap TCP port scan, right? We give it a description, we give it parameters, what the type is, description, examples. And so this particular function is only expecting one input parameter, which is the target. So that could be an IP address, CIDR, range, or a host name to scan. And what we do is we plug that into a command line series in here. So in this case, nmap, do a send scan without host enumeration, do it aggressively, and then we plug in the target right there at the end. So this way it becomes very structured. It's super easy for the AI agents to call these various tools in here. And there's one for UDP scans in here. We actually added a couple of other ones on the local copy. And so it's very cool. I like the way it does it. And you can see here, you can define the container setup here. There's one bug with it to be aware of, and that is this build directive is taken literally each time you restart the server. So I put an issue in for it. I wonder if have they ever addressed my issue? Let me see. Nope, still just sitting there. Issue. The problem is this Docker container here. It's already built. It completely ignores it and just builds a new one, and then just leaves that other one dangling on your system. And the nmap Docker container can take a long time to build. It's chunky. The nmap code is not exactly thin. So I put in there, it's like, hey, this is what I would expect to happen. If you already have the nmap container, just use the damn nmap container. But anyway, one of the things I want to eventually do, though, is we have a list of input parameters, but then I'd like to be able to extend this to where we have a second setting here for like output parameters. So I could do something like this, where I've got the output formatters here. I could dynamically generate this with data that comes back from RoboPages. That's what we do over in the LangChain RoboPages integration here. Is basically we loop over it. Every time it gets it, we do this create tools, and it goes through and it makes a new tool, which is a RoboPages tool, and then appends it into a list. So it works great. So if we could have an output parser with this, that would be fantastic. But yeah, very cool tool. I like it a lot. This is actually pretty neat. Let's star that for later. Put that under something. Where's my AI and ML security? Okay, I'm gonna put that on my list. Because I do want to go play with this a little later. I like the idea of it. I like this interface a little bit. It's kind of neat. Alright. Let's go back over to our recon agent here. So what we're going to need for the recon agent is we're going to be able to take in some data. Let me think about this. I want to define this. So first what we want to do is let's define, let me look at the diagram again real quick. Yeah, so we had our start node, we're going to have our call model, and then we're going to have our tool node in there. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll do the call model, and this is going to take in state, which is going to be this should be a recon state. And I think that's actually all we're going to need for it, because I think the recon state is going to have everything we need. See, recon state has the config, which contains our LLM, what the task is, and a list of hosts. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of parsing out from this. Then what we'll do is, and then what should call model return? They're returning with this one. Let me see. I'm not sure we need to return with that just yet. What we're going to have to do is eventually it's going to have to mesh up with the other state table. That's fine. Cave Johnson's goofy. Dude, Cave Johnson cracked me up. Homeboy snorting moon dust. Moon dust is pure poison. I am deathly ill. Let's see. Let's go ahead and parse a few things out. So LLM is going to equal state dot config LLM. So we'll get that. And then also what we're going to need is, I think we also want to take on top of this, we have our prompts, so we're going to need to bring in our prompts for this too. Yep, and then for the prompts here, we're going to need what else are we going to need with this? So we're going to need needs tools, takes tools, our Actually, I'm going to change this too. I'm going to just change that to the task. Yeah, we'll just have these match up. Tools, tasks, and context. So tools, tasks, and context. Bam. There we go. Then for the recon agent, let's do this. Let's go ahead and prepare. Let me do something a little bit. Pick our states table. That over here. So I can keep it up. I know it's kind of behind me a little. It's my green screen so janky. It's probably because there's a lot of light coming in behind me. I'm usually not streaming this early in the day. Usually I'm streaming well after dark. Anyway, so we have the config. We want to get our tasks. So let's go ahead and just parse that. Actually, I don't even necessarily want to parse that out. Yeah, I do. Let's change that to tasks. So tasks here is going to equal state.tasks. So we can get that out. So tasks, excuse me, tasks should have a list of what we're doing with this. One thing we'll have to do is when we pass this data back in, we'll have to append onto it. So I think in the beginning, what we'll do is... Do we need to initialize that? We'll find out. We'll figure it out as we go. And let's just go ahead and do context. That's going to equal. Listen up down there. That's an elevator, not a bathroom. Classic Cave Johnson. So let's do this real quick. So I'm going to define that real quick. I'm going to go ahead and define the, what I call that. Recon tool. Let's call this our recon tool node. I'm going to call this our recon model call. And so this should also take in the state of a type recon state. I think that's maybe what no, that's not what we need a minor state for this, I think. Oh yeah, don't forget about the lemon rant, Sisyphus. That is fucking hilarious. No, I'm gonna get my engineers to make an exploding lemon. I'm gonna burn your house down with the lemon. I think recon state here is going to... I'm trying to think about this. So there's our recon state. Hang on, folks. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. I think that helped out a little bit. There's still a little bit of light coming in the windows behind me, but I closed all the ones I could. That'll help that bit. Alright. I don't think we actually even need... Let me double check something in this. So we have an async define call mod. And then we do the graph builder. Where's the tool node actually get defined? Oh, they just define it right here. Tool node tools. Okay. So perfect. We actually don't even need a recon tool node in here. Once we actually get to the graph builder, that's where we're going. So what we're going to do is we need, for our prompt, we need this thing has this weird little lip on it. So like I'm holding it, and I feel like I'm such a weakling because I feel like I'm holding it up, and I just don't want it to bash me in the nose. Well, let me see here. So we have tasks, our state. So what we should get is from our recon state, we're going to get our tasks, get our hosts. What I think about this, our task actually should contain who we're going to be doing this to. So really host is just so that these two become linked right here, because you need some overlapping data, let's say, between these two. So when we call this, we're actually going to have to parse out the task from that, the one that we want to send to it. That's all right. Let me think about this. So what we're going to do is we're going to define two models here. So let's get those going, because we're going to need one to do the structured output. We're going to need one to do the actual tool call. So what we'll do here, let's see what this. Yeah, so let's go ahead and define those. So we'll say do LLM with tools. And so what we're going to need to do is actually we're going to have to do a little bit of initialization. So we're going to say RB is going to equal robo pages. That should be it. I don't remember how I even defined robo pages. Let's see. Oh, I gotta import that. That was not what I wanted to do. Where did I define that at? That was a RoboPages tool. That's not what we don't want RoboPages output. We just want RoboPages, yeah. There we go. That's what we're doing. So that's our robo pages right there. So that should initialize it. Put in map. Let me put output. Put prompts over here as well. Shouldn't need that. Tool agent. Tell for this row of pages thing, because I think honestly your primary job is to perform tasks defined below, provide a tool, additional context you may provide, taken into consideration. Get that? Okay. So we have our robo pages. Our LM with our tools should be did I say cybersecurity export? Damn it! Cybersecurity export is what you have to apply for a license for if you want to export crypto. Oh, damn it. Let me see. So this should be... row pages dot... I think get tools. I think that's what... Yeah. Actually, I think we can even do that a little bit differently. Damn it, I should have left robo pages up. So I'm trying to remember. But we had get tools. That was the internal one, though. We had create tools. So that one honestly should be... Yeah, let me go ahead and read this. I'm going to read that. That should be create tool should be an internal one. All right, so we have get tools, returns all the tools. We have an individual tool we can filter by name, and then we have filter tools to get all of them by name. Okay. All right, so we're going to do find tools. Row pages get tool. That should work. Why does it not like this though? Oh, because I'm a dumbass. This should be RB. Duh. And it. What's up, man? Thank you for catching that. That happens more frequently than I'd like to admit. Cybersecurity export. Damn it. Let's see. So we have our language model with our tools. That's what we want whenever we send the tool calls. Which actually, I don't know if we actually necessarily... How did they do this in the example with the React agent? Look at this. Where's our tool? Oh, so this got imported from tools, import tools. So let's come over here. So how did they define the tool? That's how. List callable any search. Oh, so that's how they did that. Well, fine. Let's see. We'll just do it this way. So we'll have a language model with the tools, and then we're going to have another one, LLM. With structured output. See, I don't even need to do that. Yeah, I'm just going to have these two up here. And the reason for that is because... There we go. We'll have these two right here. We'll have our task. This needs to come up to the top, though. The export controls for intrusion tools and surveillance tools. Is that what it's called? Wassenaar? I forget. I just remember that there were certain export controls. I don't know, that looks like a house. A Wassenaar agreement. Export controls of conventional arms and dual-use goods technology. Oh, okay. I actually did not know the original name of it. Damn. I just always knew it as export controls. Like weapons, they consider it a weapon. So weapon exports controls. I didn't know the actual name of it. So that's why I like doing this stream, because I learn new shit every day. Alright, so let's do this. Let me check something fast here. Let me go pull up the nmap agent, because I want to remember how we did something here. That was the old... Here, this one. Input variables was tools. Input, we had agent scratchpad. Template was templates. Need get tools. This was when we were calling it though. Gotta structure that for us. This was the old code that I just commented out and left in there. Sure, I did here. So we bound the tools to select tool. What did I do here? We did a parser. Oh, that was our arc parser. We were trying to. This is something different. We did our targets was option target, option task. But this was all coming through the scan function up here. It was a little bit different. Did I do this before? I'm trying to think. Yeah, so we invoke a message on it. So what we should be able to do is go to our React agent. Let me think about this for a second. So this is my first kind of foray into leg grab. So what should happen is we hit the start node, we go to call model. Call model should take in a recon state. So we're going to have the config. That's where we get the language model. We should have our tasks and then our list of hosts. But our the host is really just for us to return to it. Because what we're going to do is we're going to kind of append that onto it as it comes back. And so we hit call model. What should happen is it should make a call to the LLM, should tell us what tool to select. We check that for a tool call. If it's got a tool call, we pass it down to tools. Let the tool run, take that standard output, pass it back to the call model, and then we append it into the context. So that's what we're going to do. So I think down here, we're also going to need to add a context section. Let's do that. So we'll add context. That's just going to be a big ass string. There we go. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and filter that too. We'll set this by default to blank. So context is going to equal state.context, which should pass it by reference. So in theory, whatever that initialized structure is, it should just reference that memory address. So let's go ahead and do that. Yep. So we'll do the context there. So we have our tasks, our context, and look at the prompts. Tools, task, and context. Yep. I bind tools into here. I gotta remember where I did that. Let's see. We bind tools, the tool. Prompt template input variables with tools. Agent scratchpad. We built the prompt template. Then where did we actually use the scan? I don't remember. Alien Musk 100. What's up, man? I respect the wisdom of your beard. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming online. Welcome in. Yeah, dude, what's funny is I actually didn't start growing the beard until about 3 years ago. I was working some ridiculous hours and I just wasn't shaving. And then my youngest son decided he loved it and thought it was hilarious. And then what was so funny is I was up at an event at my church, and one of my my buddies up there, he's got a tiny little baby, I think like 6 months old, and that baby thinks my beard is just hilarious. And he was so damn tired. So I'm sitting there and I'm holding him, and he falls asleep, but he's falling asleep holding a chunk of my beard, just like it was like his little comfort blanket. Oh, it's too damn funny. Let me see here. Hey, Measy Blood, what's up, dude? Happy Sunday, everybody. Yeah, I'm on a little bit usually than normal. Normally, I wouldn't start streaming for like another half hour. But because of my back issues and not being able to stream Tuesday night and then last night, my normal stream times, I said, hey, I talked to my wife. She said, yeah, if you want to start early tonight, you can. So we can kind of make up for it, have a little extra time with everybody, just have some fun. By the way, for everybody who's new here, this is when I say AMA in the title, I mean it. Ask questions, anything you want to know. I've been a hacker since the 2nd grade. I've been working professionally in offensive security for 7 years. And I've been in IT for like 15 years now. Damn. Half my career has now officially been in offensive security. I am highly offensive. Let's see. All right, Fix It. Have a good night, brother. I'm glad you were able to stop by, though. Absolutely, Fix It. Just for you, man. Let me see. Let me go look at something real quick. I actually gotta go look back at my GitHub real fast. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. So I still have it open. Nice. All right, let me go look at something I did in here. Agents, nmap agent. I think this still has the old code in here before. Yes, here we go. I gotta remember something I did here real quick. So we find the tools, we create the prompt template, and then here's where we formatted it. So tools was equal to tools. Our tools was, where is that? That was our list of tools right there. Perfect. Okay, that's what I thought we needed. All right, excellent. Trying to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. Come back to the recon agent. I'm gonna put you right here because you're the main one we're working on. I think demand for cybersecurity guys will go up because all the AI vibe coders are making apps without looking into the code. I 100% agree. That is one of the main drivers of this project right here. Because I've been working in security for so long, I can kind of see like, hey man, this is going to be coming down the pipe. It's going to be going into production and people are going to be rushing it and they're not going to be knowing what they're doing. So this is my way of trying to, one, understand that so that when I come across it, I can break it. Two, I can start working on more fun stuff with it. And three, I also really suck at coding. If you watch, you'll see that. You see me make dumb mistakes. This is for me to get better at writing code. Because I'm really good at reading lots of different languages, except Rust, because Rust sucks. Lots of different scripting languages, understanding them, realizing what they're doing, modifying them even. But writing from scratch is not my strong suit, so I'm trying to get better at that. And then the framework that we build up for this will hopefully allow for a lot of scalability into the future so we can add functionality. Right now, I'm just trying to get the bare bones set up to solve a very simple challenge in Try Hack Me called Root Me. It's a very old, very simple challenge. You find an unauthenticated login on Telnet. Or no, that's not it. No, you find an upload page, you drop a web shell, you get your shell on there, you do a privilege escalation, you get the flag, bam, you're done. Let's see here. So we have, okay, so we initialize robo pages. That's going to get us all our tools. We get our LLMs in here. We build our LLM with the tools from robo pages. Excellent. We set our tasks. Okay, so one thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to set our prompt up. Okay. Where did I set the prompt model? Losing my mind. User template. There we go. Prompt template. This is what we want right here. Except we're going to use this slightly differently. But this will work. Because we're going to get this from our prompts output here. So we're going to have the recon prompt template. And this should actually go ahead and return it for us. So we can just invoke that recon prompt template. Perfect. So we'll do prompt template. Let's do prompt template. Oh, that's the bottom. Let's actually, yeah, you know what we'll call it the recon prompt. So recon prompt template is going to equal recon prompt template. There we go. Auto imported. Very nice. What do you like about that? It's right there. What do you mean it's unrecognized? From utils prompts, import recon prompt template. What are you talking about? It's right there. Yeah, system template, user template. That should be just fine. What are you killing me, Smalls? Oh, okay, tell you what, let's change this real quick. It might not like that these are... Probably doesn't like that these are the same thing. Yeah, it didn't like the... We had a name collision, that's what it did. Let's see. So we're going to change this. Yeah, there we go. So now this will be get. This will be get. There we go. So that's going to be our get recon prompt template. Perfect. And so now what we should be able to do is... I think we're going to be good. Let me look at something on... We just need to invoke it then. Let's do LLM. Maybe we just do with tools in this case. Yeah. LLM with tools is... Well, oh, we didn't get the tools out of here, did we? No, we didn't. I need to actually take this out. Let's spread this out a little bit, so we need to bust that out into its own little variable. And this is going to be tools. There we go. Kids want to watch a movie tonight? Hey, Subnor, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, buddy, I'll let you know if anything comes up, man. Definitely, man. Let's see. All right, so we get RoboPages. We get all of our available tools from RoboPages. We set up our language model, and then we initialize it with some tools. And then from output formatters, that's it for now. I think I want to change this real fast. Yeah, just for this base example, the only thing we need so far... How do I want to do this? Let me take this back here. We're not going to actually use an output formatter, unfortunately. Yeah, what we'll do is we're going to put a check in here. We're going to do a check that, hey, if the tool that was called is nmap, then we'll use the nmap output. Yeah, let's do that. In fact, what we'll do is we're going to throw that into the state real fast here. I think let's do that instead. let's do this. We'll say in map output formatter. And that's going to be type. It's in map. And let's go ahead and just define that type here. So we're going to make that. Where did I put that? Output formatter. Yeah. Actually, this is what we were doing. We were doing a pedantic output parser. Let me look at something. Link chain expression language. Pedantic output. I gotta remember something about the pedantic parser. There's a guy on Twitter, indie dev for years, with a big following. He started making a game using only AI. It gained a lot of traction, but soon the first harmless cross-site scripting attacks were happening until he manually fixed it. So yeah, AI will take over cybersecurity. It might turn into AI will make cybersecurity 10x bigger. Yeah, exactly, man. I had a buddy that went into doing, oh gosh, what was it? He was doing basically security around car ECUs and stuff like that. And he was encouraging a lot of us, like, hey, if you really want to shift fields in security, go ahead and do that. Because he said everything that's old is new again. They learned nothing about security, and a lot of the old methods were working very well. I remember how to do this. So output parser was comma separated list output parser. It's not what. Diplet partial variables format instructions. I'm trying to remember something. Because this was actually some code I was looking at. I'm trying to remember what I was basically stuck in bed the other night. Let me see. Lane chain with structured output. Damn it, quit taking me to the old documentation, bro. Where is this? Let's see, will this link me to the source on here? Because if I remember correctly, the source literally just sends it out to an output parser. And so we can do this ourselves. Shit, where was that? There's our chat prompt template. That's not what I want, though. I want the code to with structured output. Link me to the source, damn it. Tools to perform tasks. Look at something real quick. How is this appending this to it? Let's see, tool interface, base tool. I'm gonna create something with the tool decorator. That's not what I want. Hold on. Maybe if I just go to the API. Where's base model? Anthropic one? I know you're in here. Line chain Anthropic. Here we go. Let's see. parser. Is this what I'm looking for? Output parser tool. So what does this take me? First tool only, pedantic scheme. Damn it, I had this up the other night. Chain. Let's see, agents, callbacks, chat models. Let's see, base model, base chat model, into the individual names. Output parsers, if I remember correctly, they return a runnable, which is a base unit in LangChain and LangGraph. Well, LangChain, really. But LangGraph is kind of built on top of LangChain. Output parser or pedantic. And us data frame. You're in here. Damn it, what was that? Let's see, with structure. I hope if I spelled structured correctly. Hey, there we go. There we go. There's the source link, what I wanted. All right. So we call the with structured output. What it's doing here. Yeah, so it's literally returning an output. Let's see. So if it's instance output parser, pedantic parser. That's it. Tools, schema, true. Yeah, I think that's what we want. I think we can get around that a little bit simpler here. Let's see. So we have our language model with our tool. So we want to send that to the like LangGraph. There's just a ton of moving pieces. Let's see. So response message, send an AI message, wait model, invoke. Yeah. Let's do this. So what we'll do is we'll do. Let's see. We want to call LM with tools. Do an invoke, and then what we need to do is it's not what I want. Damn it, I'm trying to remember how to do this expression language. So our chain is going to be runnable sequence. Output is going to be chain.invoke something. Right, so we have runnable 1 can pass to, so we can have runnables passing to each other. In this case, runnable 1. Yeah, that was invoke something. Let's see. LangChain expression language applies automatic type coercion to make it easier to compose chains. So if you don't understand type coercion, you can always use the runnable sequence of runnable parallel classes to run. Here's some function, returns an X. I'm going to send that to 1. Yeah, so basically what we do is we set up the chain and then we actually invoke the chain. If I Actually, I don't think I really want to do that because I'm thinking about this from a LangChain perspective when really I want to be thinking it from a LangGraph perspective. LangChain, things kind of go in a as deterministic as you can get with AI models. You're fundamentally going to get weird output back because they're non-deterministic linear algebra. There's elements of randomness into it. So it literally says, hey, do X, do Y, do Z. But in this case, what we want to do is we want to be able to make it a little bit more freeform where it can pass stuff back and forth. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do the response is over to states again. We're not going to worry about the output formatter just yet. We'll look at that in just a second. So our host, there we go. So we're going to have our config, our tasks. So let's go ahead and format our prompt here. So let's call it recom prompt. That's going to equal our recom prompt template dot. I gotta remember what to actually put in here. It's input. Yeah. So our input for the prompt here should be. We want the tools, so we'll do. So tools is going to equal tools. We'll kind of rename it. I'm going to call this RB tools. No, that's not going to work. There we go. That should be fine. That's my alarm for my normal stream time to come. Let's see. So we'll do. That's correct. Actually, what is input expecting? Is it expecting a? It's expecting an object. That's right. So. No, you're really not liking that, are you? Oh, I don't know why that's... What am I doing here? Oh, let me just wipe this out. Something's funky. Let's do this. There we go. What we'll do is input is going to equal this. There we go. Now we're talking. So we'll do tools is RB underscore tools. What are you not liking? Fudge. LangChain format. Yeah. That's if we want to invoke it like that, though. Oh, we tell it the prompt from the prompt template. That's what it is. And then when we invoke it, it's when we pass the inputs. There we go. Let's see, so we tell it topic cats. That's what's going on. Let's see, these statistics. These templates consist of a list of templates themselves. So, for example, a common way to construct a chat prompt template is as follows: do message placeholder. Or what the hell's going on? I think it's like this. There we go. Tools. It's like this. Tools. That's it. This is just me being a dumbass. That's what this is. So cast is going to be cast. And then context is going to be that's what, because then as the output comes back, we're going to take this one. Okay. I think let's take this back out for now. I think I want this in there as well. Because then the context could be the output message from. Yeah. All right. So our React prompt is going to be format the prompt. This. Yeah, I believe that will. Try one more thing here. If I do recon prompt temp. We do we change that, so we do dot invoke the prompt, so returns output of should return a prompt value. What about invoke? What does it return? What am I missing here? There's something in the flow of this that I'm missing. So we have our prompt template, which is this guy here, where we send in the tools, the task, and the context. And basically, this long string of your cybersecurity expert specializing in network stuff, yada yada, that becomes the system template. And then the user portion is just this stuff down here. Chat prompt template. So that one returns a base prompt template, but the format prompt returns a prompt value. Chat prompt template returns chat prompt template. Okay. Once I met a man that told me he was a CISO with 3 years of experience. If it's not really that great a company, I mean, quite frankly, now it depends on a couple of factors there. If he had other experience, that's one thing. So remember, a CISO is largely an administrative position. Like, it's 99% administrative. Their job is to make sure that stuff is being used. They're basically falling under compliance. That's how a lot of companies see it anyway. I've seen some CISOs that are very, very technical, and I look at where they were like a year ago versus where they were when I tested them, talking to their staff and everybody. It's a night and day difference. So for the most part, though, CISOs, they get they get thrown into a fray and they get kind of a shit situation that they're in, because a lot of times they're given all of the responsibility and none of the ability to affect any change. So they don't really have a lot of buy-in from management. They're essentially set up to be a fall guy. It's a really, really rough position. Last time I heard, I think the rollover rate for a CISO is 18 months. And I believe it's gone down since then. So it's a tough role to be in. Very tough. So I'm not saying it's not possible, but it is highly unlikely. It really, really depends on the company he was in. Yeah, so I'll let Metro Lincoln. However, if they pay, I would go for that. A lot of times, I'll tell you this. So the reason why CISOs they rotate so much was two reasons. One, burnout. They tend to get a lot of they basically tend to get worked a ton with very little return on that effort. Like, hey, they say that we need to do XYZ, and the company says we can't afford to do XYZ. So then it kind of becomes like a ticking time bomb for them. If the company gets breached while they're there, they take the fault for it. They're the CISO. If they leave and go somewhere new, and that company gets breached, hey, I just came on board. It was my predecessor. Well, the predecessor's not really there to take the fall. So it kind of just falls into this void of fault with them. On the other hand, if you stay too long and you do catch that fallout, it kind of sucks. That's part of the reason why I don't think they mentioned in that LinkedIn article, if you're talking about the same one that I am, the CISOs get that kind of a rough run because they're trying to avoid taking the hit for the breach. A breach they probably know is coming. Think about this. All right, so we got the state, we got our recon prompt template. So in this case, they're always using the invoke option. Well, why are they always using invoke? Let's see. Let me look for something real quick. Prompt template, invoke. What this guy says. Read through the docs. What's the difference between putting the chat history in the chat prompt template versus invoke? So he provides two examples here. So we do chat prompt template from message. Okay, so putting the history in the prompt template means it's part of the core conversation structure. It's like setting up the conversation format itself in invoke. You're passing it as runtime data. The prompt template approach is generally better for consistent formatting and when you want the history to be processed in a specific way. The invoke approach gives you more flexibility to dynamically handle history and is usually cleaner when building chat applications. Okay. So if you're looking to experiment with both approaches, I suggest you try out Genova AI, good implementation of chat history handling. Trying to make sure I know what I'm using here. So prompt templates can include placeholders for variables that get filled in at runtime. This allows a prompt template to be dynamically adjusted based on user input or data sources. So a template might look like translate the following text into French. Text as a variable gets replaced. Prompt templates are reusable components. Promotes modularity. Yep. So how is this guy doing it in this example? He's using the invoke. Using the invoke and then printing the prompt. So I'm thinking we can just invoke this and it's not actually going to... Alright, So let's do it that way then. So rather than format prompt template, let's do an input here. So what do we need for the input? I think we just need to pass it a dictionary. Just try this real quick. See something. If name equals I want to do we need to pass it some, so the state it's going to take in, we got to match the state up real fast here. So the state is going to be the config. And how did I do the config? Lose my mind. Configuration. Configuration over here. We do we have to do that way though. And that's fine. What we'll do is so our first one here, that's going to be our LLM. We're just going to hard code this data in. Let's do drop a model in here. Actually, that's incorrect. And that one I got that. I'm going to take that out in a little bit. Yeah, I know. No, I know what you're expecting. Let me see, what else do we need for the recon model? We need a task. It's going to be common open ports on scanme scanme.nmap. I can't spell. Org. There we go. What else do we need? Posts. That's fine. So what I want to do is I'm just building out a temporary structure based on this right here. That way we can have it's like some test cases in here. Let's do host dictionary string to a host type. That looks possible. Actually, I think we could just do because we're not actually processing host just yet, so we'll just leave it like that. So that is our model there. Oh, we're gonna need context. So that's just going to be an empty string. And then what else do we need? Messages. Messages. That again is going to be just an empty string for now. Yeah, because all it needs is the recon state. So what we did is we just built a temporary placeholder that mimics the recon state. That should be fine. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to print the recon prompt just to double check it. See what it does. Probably going to throw an error. Oh, we didn't have to config to it, did we? That actually was the config. So we get state config LL. Config. Slide. So here. Because we need config to have an LLM in it. Okay, so we got that. We have to context. All right. Now I think. I can get something here. This is our state. That's it. Let's make this a little bit simpler here. Let's do this real quick. This is our there we go. Oh, it's because I'm missing a damn comma there. There we go. All right, so now we got the config. The config just needs the LLM option in here. Let's try that now. Missing one additional argument called state. Oh, yeah, it is. I'm a dumbass. I told you guys, I suck at Python coding. I'm learning this. That's state. Reading code, modifying code, making it do fun stuff. Yeah, all about that life. Writing code, suck at it. Kill me, Smalls. Dict has no object config. Yes, it does. Son of a... Alright. So I didn't like that. That's fine. What we'll do is just redo it. I think I can. So we'll just instantiate this. So we'll do. And then for the config type, it's over here. we'll just do this. Config is going to. We have to import that. So that'll instantly instantiate it like this. Yeah, so we're good there. So we won't need any of this stuff here. What we can do is config is just going to equal the object. There we go. Like that. All right. So where's our recon state? Recon state. And what we can do is take all this stuff. Let's bring it up here, and we'll this. Equals. Bring this over. Host is just going to be blank. Same thing with context. Damn it. Let's reset that. And then same thing with messages here. Alright, now I think we'll be. We have to import the recon state anyway. What do you mean? What's going on here? Debugger. Let me see. So it's saying that we don't have a state config LLM object, but I know we do. Test state. Bring this up here. Big LLM. It's right there, bro. Let's try something. But breakpoint there. Hit the next breakpoint. Okay. So in here, we have state. There it is. State, big, LLM. It's right there, bro. What do you mean you don't have it? So what's that? So we're getting an error. Dict object has no attribute config. Fuck. Hey, Robo Digitalis, what's up, man? Thanks for coming online, brother. All right, let's see here. All right, so state's a type dictionary. Config is, what do we do config as? We didn't type config here. Maybe that's the issue. We should have had config be a typed dictionary. Okay, let's do this. Dang it, we're gonna have to modify this. Bastard. All right, that's fine. So what we'll do is on the init function here, not missed. You're fine. Let's see. We'll do if not model. Model is going to equal string. Work. That's the syntax for it. That should be self.model, that's why. Didn't like that. Alright, fine. do self.model quad, and then we'll do the same thing for the model temp here. If not self.model temp, let's see. Self.model temp is going to equal 0.55. That's going to be our default model temperature value. Fine. I think I need to do this as a string. I don't know how to do that. Let's see. Python look string. How to do this. Very simpler way. I don't want. Do I have to do a map on it? String is type I. Okay. Yeah, we just wrap it in a string. That's what I thought. So wrap that sucker up real quick. Oh, it actually wanted the float. Okay, fine. There. Fine. Stop this. Let's try running this again. Oh, it doesn't take an init in here at all. Does a typed dictionary actually have any kind of initialization at all? It's not. All right. Got typed dictionaries, which is what usually LangChain or LangGraph likes to use. Let's see. Default values. I gotta remember how to set this. Full stack exchange. Oh, okay. You can actually define an init method in here. Okay. Oh, that's a lot easier than I thought. Okay. So we'll take this from init. We'll tell this, or we'll make this init here. Did feel like what? Oh wait, I forgot. This is we gotta do a decorator. It's like at this method. So we'll do is that out. Had to just a teensy we'd submit. That's it. Take that out. All right, then how do I set that value? Do a create model here. That's what we'll do. I'm surprised this isn't setting it though. Can't just pass in self here? Yeah. Dude, what the hell? Why you give me so much trouble? Alright, undo. Undo some. There we go. All right, bumbling through the code. We're good. Let's see what we need to do here. Oh, we need to return that. That's what we need. Okay. Let's do it. So we need to return big. Oh. Then he was doing A equals A, B. I see what he was doing here. Okay. So we'll do model. I see what's happening now. So we had to put these placeholders in. Model temp LM here. Now we're cooking. Okay. We'll do that. We'll do LM's going to be that. Our model. Screwed that up, didn't I? Yep, sure did. Need this part. So do model temp. That's our LLM. Model temp is going to now we're cooking. I see what's happening. A little bit. This here. Yep, and this is going to equal 5. Stuff out. Default parameter follows default parameter. It does. I'm gonna throw another fit about that. There we go. So that should be our init right there. Object definition expected a field name, field type. Ah. So that should be. Oh, I remember now. It needs to be down here, actually. That, and then that's going to return big type. This one should probably say... Fine, CLS. Invalid statement in type dict definition expected field name. Yeah, so this returns a type A here. We have create all of our various parameters in here. Oh, I didn't type the parameters in here. Damn it. String. And then this would be float. Chat model. Should return a type config. What, you don't like a type config? Why the hell aren't you liking this? Let's type dig, define as class model. Let's try this now. Oh, that's not class model. It should be class method. That was supposed to. Why are you still unhappy? Invalid statement in type dict. Rather typing type dict, this is impossible. A typical way to allow access to something would be to implement get item, however, the runtime. So you can't override get item. Damn you! Let's see, I'm running into problems from 2018. Let's see, class method. Methods are not allowed since the runtime of type dict objects will always just be a dictionary. It's never a subclass of a dictionary. Suck. I wonder, all the reason I went down this damn path is because it was doing this. Do our killer response. Let me go back and just redo this. Let's go back to our Control Z. Oh. Import type dict. Oh, damn it. God, I didn't change that back. dictionary object has no state. Pass in the test state. Big, which is a type big. One of these I have to access it by name. Dictionary object has no attribute type config, even though we've just passed a config to it. Oh, is that why? I see that now. I realize what's going on here. So call to init of a superclass is missed. Okay, what we'll do is we'll just hard code. I see what's happening now, because it's not actually kind of, let's see. Make this up just a wee bit. Let's go try. Something like that. Just for shits and giggles, let me try this. Our state is a recon state. So if we look at our recon state, that's a typed dictionary. Look at our configuration. Let's get rid of output formatters. We're not going to use that for now. I think I used two different typed dictionaries. That's the problem. This one's a typed dictionary. That's from MyPy extensions. I think that's the difference here. Yeah, that's what's killing me. Let's go import that from MyPy. Now let's try this. I get why I keep saying a dictionary object has no attribute. It'll not be small. So keep that. So we hit here. So we're looking at the state. State is coming back as a dictionary. For some reason, even though the recon state Is this because, hold on, recon state? That was coming back as a typed dictionary. Check something. Told you guys I really suck at Python. All right, so from typing extensions, they import not required in typedict. So which typedict are they using? That's the issue. So we're mixing and matching type dictionaries. That's what's coming. Let's go back. And take this out. Let's move all of the typing up here. So we're going to use the built-in type dictionary, not from the modified extensions. Sync all these out. Which is not going to allow us to do. That's all right. So what we'll do, copy this stuff down. What I'm going to do is I'm going to define not good. This should be good. This. LLM is going to be this guy right here. There we go. So now what we can do is we can just import the stinger. There you go. And what we'll do is, instead of doing all of this jazz, what we'll do is, instead of importing config, we'll just import stinger. That out. Like that. That out. All right. Now we should hopefully be. Should be tasks. Okay. All right. Now I think we've got everything kind of. You can blame it. state's still coming through as a dictionary, though. What the hell? Which is also coming through as a dictionary. Bastard. Look at the state. Get state.big. Get nothing. Right. Okay. We did this one. Well, that's working. I just don't like it. Why those aren't available by the dot method? Look at something. Let's see. Let's see, so type dict in Python is designed to define the structure and expected types of dictionary primaries. If dot notation like access is desired, a custom class or collections.user dict subclass with overwritten get attribute deviates from the standard use of a type. Hold on, we were looking at their example code. Unrunnable config returns a configuration type. Class configuration. Just a blank class. Weak. All right. Go back to this real quick. So let's talk about what I was talking about. Hey, we're tinkering with stuff in here. This thing. Oh, we got an error in here. So expected a type of config, got type config instead. Get what the problem it's having here. So it says expected a type of config, but it got a type brackets config instead. What the absolute hell, man? Fucking Python. We've seen error like this. It generally means that the body of your code, you said table entry, name of the type, rather than table entry. I'm a dumbass. Yep, because we didn't initialize it. Stop. Let's try this again. It's probably going to error again. Yeah. Why are you being like this? Okay, for the sake of simplicity, we'll go ahead and just rewrite this. Same thing for this one. So I don't want to get caught up in too many details, even though so now can you we're just gonna leave that as a dictionary. Screw it. There's a key error. It's fucking right there, man. You're killing me, Smalls. Let's see if we can get this down. Simple error. Wait, why the hell does the state have a config of 0? Hold on a second. Pop up the whole stack. So config for some reason. It's nothing to it. That's why. The calling convention has to change for it. I believe that's what. That's weird. So saying the LM bind tool is not working for some reason, even though LLM should be an Anthropic base message control. State, the config, it's LLM. Look at this. Oh, the LM, it's a utils config. All I want to do is return the base model, you bastard. Let's do it here. So we assign that to the model. Is it coming back as a utils configuration big LLM? Oh, I think this needs to be self. Suboptimal. Wait, is it LLM LLM? No way. So if we do state config, and let's try model. Let's get model. Why are we not getting the string back? I'm losing my damn mind. That's all that's happening. Exactly what's happening. Got this again. State. State dot big. What in the absolute hell? This fresh hell is going on here. Because for some reason, I know it wants to use a typed dictionary for the state. Look at this. Lane graph custom state. Basic state definition creates a simple structure that can hold a single input. Okay. That's not what I'm. How to define the correct state? See here. Okay. But this is the JavaScript version. Damn it. What? The JavaScript version. Each node will emit an update with the state when leaving the node. You can add in the Return statement, agent state. Okay, so how's he defining his state? As a type diction. I want to create a state that holds the following information. So message, a list, content string. The reader agent renders the contents of the file. How do I influence such logic and functionality? Are states this flexible? Your description's hard to understand, but I think what you're trying to do is roughly a finite state machine. As long as you write appropriate reducers, it should work. All right. Hey, Turtle, what's up, man? Happy Sunday. Low-level reducers. Look at this. Name type extensions. Let's see here. What do you do around here? Boxes and CTFs? Kind of. Actually, we're building an AI bot to go play CTFs for us. So it's basically still building out a lot of the framework to it. It's going to be using LangGraph to basically build out graphs of execution nodes. Here, hold on. It's easier to show with a picture. Lumina Crabs, what's up? Yeah, here. So essentially what should happen is, this is going to start off with a simple seed information, like your job is to try to capture the flag on 192.168.1.1, whatever. And as we pass that info in, it should hit a kind of a state machine here that tells it, okay, we're going to do reconnaissance, and then we're going to do enumeration, and finally exploitation and post-exploitation. So working on the first chain right here. So Stinger's going to have its own chain here at the top, and then it'll decide, okay, which one of these sub chains do I need to call? So we're working on the recon chain right now. The syntax is just getting all kinds of fucky, for lack of a better term. So I'm trying to figure out a couple of these things. When you're implementing a custom state inside a LangGraph, though, it gets kind of funny. So, but all of this is to eventually build some more fun stuff. But right now, the whole goal is try to get it to play Hack the Box, try Hack Me for us, and see what it can do. If it could do like a medium level Hack the Box CTF room, I'd be pretty happy with that. Right now, I'm just trying to get it to function. And important non-required for typing extension stuff. Try something. I don't even know where typing extensions even comes from. Let's see if this will actually. What do we have from type data? For some reason it's saying it's subscriptable, but that doesn't make any sense. Restart this. The new season boxes on Hack the Box are really hard. I usually don't even do the season boxes. And to be quite frankly honest, I really suck at CTFs because they're more of a puzzle than kind of anything I ever see in a real life penetration test. So I've been in offensive security for 7 years now, and I really enjoy it. However, I don't really enjoy CTFs. They're kind of like crossword puzzles for hackers. All right, let me try something here. So we got the state machine here. Okay, config's not subscriptable. Okay, that's fine. So what if I do state.config? Does that come back? Has no attribute config. That is bullshit. So right now it's just fighting with a couple of basically interoperability, some of these things. Typing extensions with typedict. Simple typed namespace at runtime is equivalent to a plain dictionary. Typedict creates a dictionary type. Such type will check all instances that have a certain set of keys where each key is associated with a consistent value type. This expectation is not checked at runtime. Okay. So I think what I'm going to have to do is over here on the configuration. Typing extensions, import types dictionary. Let me see if I can. It causes an error whenever we do that, but that's fine. So what we can do is define configuration. We'll just define this rule. So model is going to equal something. The model temp is going to equal something. And LM is going to equal something else. Go ahead and do this. I'm going to take this stuff out. I'm going to do this default model. Default model temperature. But actually, I'm going to preface this with a double underscore. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll set that. So model here. Model. Default model. Be. Alright, so rather than installing the config, what we're going to do is we're going to import the Let's try running this again. Did not like this. State's still coming up as a dictionary. That's fine. Let's see what happens. State. State dot. Dictionary has no attribute. Okay, I think I see what's happening. Python dictionary. Let's see, dict.items iterates over key value pairs of a dictionary, therefore, or key value in dictionary items will do one. That's not what I'm so accessing.names will throw an error. This is because using the dot to access a dictionary and the right way is this. That's not how I want to access it, bastard. At least I got it working now. All right, so what I need to do is we have this. It's here. Continue continue running. Let's see what happens. Get another crash. No, we don't. Okay. Finally, it's all working. Huzzah. All that just to get it to print the fucking prompt. Let me just run this from scratch. I just want to see the plain output from it. Okay, so that gives us our recon prompt. Perfect. All right. Do a real quick temp erase here. So from import keyprint as overlay. Run. There we go. I did not like that. You did not pretty print that, did you? There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, so good. It does look like, let me blow this up a little bit. So you're currently a cybersecurity specialist, specializing in network reconnaissance. Your primary job is to perform tasks to find flow. So the human tools are defined. We have our RoboPages tools in here. I'm not even sure we actually need to include the tools in the prompt. Okay. But that's fine. At least it looks like the prompt is working. We can optimize later. Perfect. All right. So all that just to get it to print the freaking prompt. All right, so now we've got the prompt set up. It's going to look like this. We have a shit ton of tools in there. So that's our LM with the tools. So next what we want to do is we want to take this recon prompt. So we have two different language models here, basically. We're going to have an LM with tool. Actually, just one. We'll have the regular language model, we'll have the language model with tools in here. I think that should be fine. Yeah, I'm really not even sure we need this right here. Yeah, what this should hopefully give us here is once we initialize this, is it should give us a tool call to nmap for scanme.nmap.org. Then we can actually work on the tool calling node that's going to execute the nmap scan. That'll be the kind of the next thing. So we have all this just in this first function where it's the recon model call. Hey, Sisyphus, what's up, man? So basically we're right here. So we're in this first one here. The next thing is we just have to implement the tool call here. So we can pass this back and then ask the model, hey, what other tasks do we need to run through, things like that. The HackTheBot season boxes also provide CPE, so that's nice. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. I tend to get enough CPEs just from my day job doing things. But honestly, if I don't, I'm not going to worry about it. The only certification I have that needs it is my CISSP, which isn't really doing a whole lot for me, to be quite honest. I just keep it up because it's been pretty easy to keep it up. HDMI cable still being a pain. Oh, that sucks, man. That's a no bueno. Let's see. Okay, so after we invoke this, we've got our recon prompt. So then what we can do is we just need to actually make the call to the LLM now. Let's do just do LLM underscore with tools. And we invoke that. And then what we need is our input configure KWO. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Let's see. Back that train up a little. I gotta remember how to do that. This. Change that over. OpenAI. No. Anthropic. Doesn't really change anything. All right, here's our system message. Model invoke messages. Okay. Should have in here. Oh, so now you've moved on to Metal Gear Solid 2? Nice. Is that the one with Raiden? Which one was that? So get recon. Prompt template. There's our prompt template right there. That one comes from messages. That. There's our prompt. Let's see. The input to the prompt template is a dictionary. You can play around with the prompt template itself. See what's done. All right. Let's see. Do prompt to message. Model invoke, and we just pass the prompt into. I think that should be good. So what we'll do is we'll pass in the recon prompt. And it's captured. Say output. Do then is we'll print the output. Take a look at it. Okay, cool. Here we go. So AI message. Let's see. I'll help you find the open ports with ScanMe Nmap org. For this, I'll use Nmap's TCP SynScan, which is effective for discovering open TCP ports. Let me run that scan now. So it makes a tool ID call here. And then we have target, and that's perfect because the only thing that thing should call is name. If we go look at the robo page real quick, we have Nmap TCP port SynScan. Over here. Still connected to I need to close that. Still connected to HackTheBot. Let me see. Well, which robo pages are we even running here? Oh, we are running the correct. Fuck! I didn't mean to kill that then. is not Solid Snake. Man, I haven't played a Metal Gear game in forever. Mostly because I don't have a PlayStation. Let me see. Cool. But the good news is now, go back over here. We did actually have a tool call, which for some reason did not pretty print. This thing pretty printed like ass. Let's see, we had a stop reason tool use. There's our model. We did have a call. Here we go. Tool call. So, our tool call, let me just extract this. Quick. There we go. Yeah, that's the part right there. So we tell it it's going to run the TCP nmap TCP port scan. Arguments are target scan me nmap org. We're going to have a tool ID and the type tool call. So one of the things we can do, let me pull up something real quick, because this will help with future tracing, is when we implement the tool node and we send that over to robo pages. Let me look at something. Yeah, so we can tell the ID and the type. So the type, I think, should always be a function in this. Top G Marky, what's up, dude? Thanks for coming online. Would you like to run some code from a random stranger on the internet? Sure don't. I don't know. Depends. Is it like infinity Bitcoin mining code? Because I would run that. Just saying. I'm a sucker for some Bitcoin. Are you good with logic gates? Are you talking about in hardware or software? Because if it's in hardware, I am ass at them. Built this in like 5 minutes. Oh, dude. I like seeing all the projects people are doing. Not A, not B, not C. Thus. Not A, not B, not C. What I don't know is right now he's actually mining Bitcoin from my browser. Converts logic statements to circuits. Oh, sweet. Oh, I actually have to click analyze. My bad. Nice. Gusto. No simplification possible. That's pretty cool, dude. I like this. Is the code for this up on up on your GitHub? As soon as you open it, transfer all your files to my computer. Wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me. Got a little bit of a twitch over here, but you know what? I'll live with it. Yeah, actually, that was one of my favorite things to do when I was You made Excel in the browser? Nice. Dude, that's awesome. Hang on, let me try something. Oh, that's cool. You just built it all into one index HTML? Very cool. Wait, did I miss a JavaScript import up here? Or are you literally just doing this all built in JavaScript? No? Nice. Yep, there's all your JavaScript. That's cool, man. Especially do like a circuit optimizer. Well, I mean, we did have this. You had the Vision Network min. Okay. Made with AI. Dude, it's neat to see some of the stuff people are working with AI. My only caution is, and if you ever watch me fumbling through code, I'm actively trying not to use AI for a lot of the stuff. Like if stuff comes up in the Google search, whenever I'm looking for certain things, that's something. But for the most part, there was only one section of this code I actually broke down, and I threw it at, I think, Grok 3, because I had access to it. And when I was running it through there, I didn't even use the code that Grok created. I just used it as a guidepost. It's like, oh, okay, this is how I should probably be approaching it. The code was completely non-functional, but it was cool. Yeah, DeepSeek sounds pretty cool. Actually, I liked Grok 3. I thought it was pretty neat. I've tested it with a couple other things to do some research. I thought it was doing a pretty good job. I think one of the cool things to come out of out of DeepSeek might be the idea that, hey, we need to be working more on efficiency of AI models than the other stuff. Now, also, them saying that they built it for a certain amount was also kind of suspect too, because they did have a lot of hardware that they were able to use. I might need. When we get to Go Buster, it's going to be a little bit funny. I think also what I want is this right here. This should be like the main structure of it. Looks like. Copy this. Make a new document quick. And if I change this to Python, will you let me reformat it? Say format. You're not gonna let me format the document? You suck. Just reformatting this. All right, so we do have our name where we're sending this, and in this case, it's saying type function. Bring this over here. I'm just going to compare it to how I had it set up before. Okay, so we do have our ID. In this case, the type was a tool call. I don't know if we need to do type tool call or type function. Marky, not really. I have a hard time even keeping up with the discords I'm in right now. And a lot of times I learn by following what I call the HAFO loop. And that is hack around and find out. So I appreciate the offer, but honestly, I'd have a hard enough time keeping up with the discords that I'm already in. Hexler Heavy Industries. I gotta tell you, y'all's usernames just freaking crack me up. I love it. Thanks for coming online. Welcome in. All right, I think this is my only concern is will the type tool call throw this off? So what I'm gonna do is let me find something real quick. What's that one? Teach you any? Map, yeah. This one's a little bit different. I need to try this one first. Bring this over here. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to reformat this into this right here. Grab this real quick. just going to send it directly. So take this. Grab this back here. I think this might. Let me see what happens here. If I take that entire tool call and just throw it in there. Let's go back. Missing URL. What? What? Be missing. Missing URL here. Bastard. This one actually worked. Press it through. This was an example of the call that I had to make to this. I want to modify this real quick because I don't actually want it to go try and do a Go Buster scan against some random sites. Change this. Why is this all funky? Let me drop this in. That's what I thought. Why are you... This one should be working here. Ah, this one, for some reason, that's fine. That's why it said the H2. That's why it was saying that the port was screwed up. E must be a string starting at line 1. Damn it. Let me try something. Let's see. History, rep. Damn it, it didn't save that to the history. Son of a mistake. Not this one. Did this one work? Really, this didn't. Alright, see you, Sisyphus Man. Have a good night. Now copy. He must be a string starting at line 1, column 4. Ah, damn it. I wish I had saved those notes. Try this one. Fix this. Get out. This real fast. This should, in theory, work. Take this out right here. expected a string at line 1, column 42. All right, where's column 42? Let's see. Are you throwing such a loop? Hang on one sec, y'all. The ads are about to run. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast and go talk to the wife. Be right back. All right, y'all, I'm back. Oh. Well, this is annoying because I know this should have been. Oh no, it's because there's double R. That's why. This needs to come back. That's what the problem is. I believe that fixes it. Okay, there we go. So now it's kind of working. So now let's come over here. Paste this in. And so now what we should be able to do is take this. I need to do a little bit more massaging. Let's wrap this up real fast. Oh no, what do I do? There we go. Find me. Place all those, but just in the selection. Why did you not place any of these? Drop this in real fast. Hey Bobby, what's up, brother? Dude, long stream today. I felt really bad about missing last night's stream with everything going on between my back and Agent Zero's four-wheeler eating its transmission. I got pictures of it. Ooh, it's messed up like a soup sandwich, brother. So I got some emergency parts shipping for it because he's got another race next weekend. But I think I'm going to have to get a slipper clutch to go with it. So the problem what happened was he hit a jump, and then whenever he landed, the RPMs between the engine and the transmission changed too much, and it just shredded his transmission. Try this. It's here. So this would be an example of like what we got back from the tool call. Missing field function at type 1 line call. Okay, that's what I thought was going to happen. So in here, what we should have had is, let me check something. Let me double check something real quick. So the type here was a tool call. So what we want to do is we can make a minor modification here where the type, we just manually set that from tool call to function, and it should work. So if I come in here, let's see, type tool call. If we change this to function, and then if we go try this, what we're doing is we're just making raw requests to the RoboPages server, and just to double check, is the formatting output correct? Oh, we're missing a field called function. Hold on. Let me go look something. It's down. Hey, Noob, what's up, man? Happy Sunday. Bad RNG on the transmission blow up. Dude, he was. And so I was watching motocross videos from like the pros. These guys, like, they just fucking full send it, right? They're hitting so much air, it's crazy. Now he's like, wait, I can do that? I can jump? Like, yeah, buddy, start low. Well, apparently he hit a pretty good jump and just, and so that slipper clutch, hang on. Hold on. I'm going to diagram this out because, okay. So what happened here is basically he's got his engine kind of sitting up like this, right? So it sits sideways on the motor. The piston is housed in here, right? Just kind of going back and forth like this. It's connected to the main drive gear here. So into that main drive gear, what you have is basically you can either have a solid gear, which is what he had, or you can have a slipper clutch. So the slipper clutch kind of looks like this. It's a outside bracket, and then you're going to have the gears sticking around it here as an additional layer, and then another layer of basically 2 discs, and these discs are designed to slip past each other, but then grip later. And then you've got another solid gear here that is then going to connect over to the drive shaft right here. So this goes to the drive shaft. And so what happens is when that slipper clutch engages, these 2 little pieces of friction here can slide past each other, and it allows the wheels and the transmission to basically unsync in their RPMs. But my mechanic advised that we take that out, we just put a solid gear, because the slipper clutch is too fucking complicated. Yeah, which is more complicated, dealing with the slipper clutch or rebuilding the transmission again? So, I have not told him that I told you so, but I fucking told you so. Yeah, if I don't have a, I could pull the pictures from my phone, but that thing is just fucking shredded. It's just, oh god, poor kid, and it happened during the practice too. That's what sucks. He got about 20% through the lap on the practice when he hit that, and didn't even get to do the race. I was like, oh, poor kid. Bobby, it's one of those things where, like, you know, okay, he has more experience than me, but that slipper clutch served a purpose. Don't you think we ought to repair the slipper clutch rather than just cram in a solid piece of metal in there? So what happened was, as he's in the air, he was holding the throttle, and when he did that, the tires spun up. Well, then you land, and the tires instantly slow down their RPMs, which puts just a shit ton of shear into the drive shaft. And then the transmission, which is a CVT, he doesn't shift gears. It's a CVT style transmission. Just went. It's one of those things where it really sucks to be right. All right, let's see here. Let me look at something in the LangChain robot pages real fast. All right, so here's our base tool. So what we want to do is we want to pass that to it. We do type function, we do self name, and then KW args. So when we pass that to it, what we're going to get is, I think what we want to do is just pass in the KW args and then just get all this shit for ourselves. I think that's what we want to do here. We do want to have, I do want to get the tool call ID with this. I forgot what I was doing. I went on a rant. I apologize. Let me check this again. I think this one had the function. Missing field function at line 1, column 130. Are we? Take this out. Where's column 133? Oh, tool call. Yeah. So we swapped that for function, but it said it didn't like that. Let me double check the code. So in our code, we had function, which was the name, and then arguments, which was the KW args. Okay. So that's our payload value. Let's see. That's a huge desync. Edge case maybe, but even still, probably not totally uncommon for ATB writing. Yeah, no kidding, right? It's pretty common in motocross, actually. Because in motocross, when you're getting that air up there, right, you want to keep your engine RPMs a little high. Because what should happen is that slipper cut should allow it to desync for a while. and then regrip after. It's going to be transferring some power, right? The slipper clutch is designed to wear out in those slipping plates. So once it spins, they catch again. You can keep going. I felt so bad for him. All right. Anyway, let me look at this real quick. Arguments with KW args. Okay. I think what we want to do is just pass in our KW args here, which would be the tool call. And what we'll do is we will redefine this function here. I think this function right here, we're going to slightly redefine. So we come back over to in-map agent. Where's my console? Run it. Recon agent. Where's my output? You bastard, you ate my output. That's okay. This was the tool called data right here. Because I do want the ID here. So I think what we'll do is I'm going to use this kind of as a mapping. Go fast. Let me go ahead and reformat this again. Let's do this. Okay, so we want to hard code the type. The type will not be a tool call. The type will be a function, which I believe in LangChain RoboPages we hard typed function in here. We have a function section. The name is going to be the name of it. What's up, Sujero? What's going on, man? Happy Sunday. Thanks for coming online. Okay, so we get args in here. Whoops. Let's see. That was KWR. Yep, because we're going to take the args and we're going to pass that into there. I think that will be args. Excellent. I think that's how we want to do this. Damn it. I wish I had saved the output. Son of a bitch. That's all right. What we'll do is we'll just run it again. I'll actually capture the output this time. So what it's doing is it's formatting everything, it's prompting it, it's sending it to the language model. We've got it back. All right, so here's our AI message. I'm going to copy this whole thing out. Did I pretty print that? Sure did. That's going to be a pain in the ass. Let's just throw this in here real fast. I want to find Sock brought me a drink. For all the shit I put her through, she sure is sweet. Do this and replace that with a \n. Take this out. Take out the AI message stuff. No. So I'll perform a scan to identify common open ports. This will help us understand it. Let me run a TCP SYN scan to discover the ports. Okay, so that was type text, and then we're going to have do this a little bit differently. Let's bring the output back. What I want to do is I want to grab this entire tool call section here. There's our tool call. Let's go ahead. Let's surprised I don't have a document. That is actually rather. That's all right. Well, here's what we'll do. This. Like this. Perfect. So the tool call actually has just about everything we need. Args we'll have to rename to format. So what we want to do is we do have the name in. Break this down. All right. So we do have type function. We're gonna have the function, which will be the name, but we're calling this particular function, so that's no problem. And then the args is going to be the KW args. So that's what we're going to pass into it. So really, we just need to run this tool with it. I think that's actually all we need. I think that needs to be arguments. Let me double check. Yeah, because this one did work, so minor modification. So args, that's fine. You can take that and put it here. Actually, I think we can make this work. So we'll do. I'm trying to think how to format this a little bit cleaner. Can't take an ID, we can take a type, but we don't need those. What we're going to do is I think if this is the structure we're going to get back, then what we should do is go ahead and redo this section here to fit that. Yeah, I think that would be the better way. Args with KW args here. And so for the actual legit call, when we passed it, the arguments was the target, and then in this case, close this. I don't think I need this. It's okay. Don't need that anymore. Yeah, so we just need to map args to arguments in here. I think when I reference this, though, I think it needs to be args like this. I believe we want to do one more thing where we tell it the ID. Let me check. What was the one that we ran that it actually came back with? Didn't like that. I think because it was args instead of arguments. ID tool type function call. Oh no, it didn't like it because I forgot. It's expecting that inside of a function call. There's our function call. Okay, that's fine. Here's what we'll try to do. So we have the type, what the function is, name and arguments, and then we want the ID. So the ID is the top one. Okay. So what we'll do is we're going to return that. And I think what we'll do is we'll just map that over to KW args. I think that will work. So I'm going to try this real quick here. I should have put this debug. That's okay. So I think what we should be able to do is, I'm going to just scaffold this real quick. So tool call is going to equal, what should this be? Take tool calls like this. Check something. Fact agent graph here. Let's see. Response.tool calls. Yeah, should be right. Okay, so response is we get this. Let's do that. I'll say it. False. Then we'll do is we're going to do thang. How do I want to do this? We're going to do robo tools, and we're going to get the tool from that. Okay, I'm going to just say the tool call is going to be this. So we're just going to grab the first tool. Yeah. So robo tool tools, and then I think we want to get tool call dot. I believe that will break point on that before we actually run through it. Let's see. Statement seems to have no. Don't worry, we're about to have an effect on it. Right. Tool input. I don't know what I was doing. That's our ribbon pages tool. Yep, we want that. Do underscore run. Need to pass it in the tool call data. I think we just really want to pass in the arcs here. No, I think what I want to do is I want to pass in the entire function there. KW arcs args, KW arcs ID. I actually want to put a breakpoint there as well. Okay, so we're going to have it run, and I think what we're going to do is we're just going to pass in the entire tool call here. I'm going to try running this again. Debug me. Damn, I can't believe we've been live for 5 hours already. Holy crap. It doesn't feel like that long. That's how you know you're having fun. Alright, so let's take a look at tool call real quick here. Actually, I need to step on. Step over that call. Okay, so now let's look at tool call. There it is, tool call. Perfect. Okay, so we've got that. We should hit the next breakpoint here in just a second. So let's go ahead and run it. Oh, it didn't like that. What do we get? Dictionary. Oh, damn it. It wants this. Alright. I think we're good up to this point. Really, the part I want to debug is what's in the robo pages portion. So let's rerun the debug. I just realized we could have looked at this, instead of having to run this multiple times, we could have just looked it up in Langsmith. Oh, apparently it doesn't like that. List indices must be integers or slices, not strings. Makes sense. I forgot tools is a list. Let's get. Okay. This should be. Forgot what this should be. This should be rb.getTool, and then the name is going to be called. I believe then. So what we're hoping is we're going to hit the breakpoint in LangChain Robo. Okay, cool. I mean, that's fine. We didn't hit the breakpoint we wanted, but we did finally hit something. So, what's the error we got? Arguments, kw args args. Didn't want that. Oh, did we pass in the whole damn thing? So what's kw args in this case? What's args then? Oh, you know what I forgot? I'm a dumbass. Because tool calls needs a double star in front. I really need to look at the memory check pointer in here. Burning through Anthropic tokens right now. Ooh, we're actually getting somewhere. Let's go look at the payload. Because the payload is where everything's going to have to kind of function here. Alright, so we have the type of function, function arguments target, name, nmap TCP port scan, ID, length. Okay, Fucking send it. I'll do that. Heck, that wasn't so bad. Cool, executing that. Now, what's probably happening is it's actually probably building the nmap scan right now. Let's see here. We still have nmap.local, or nmap_local. I wonder if it's actually building it right now, though. Oh, it actually exited. Damn it. I should have gotten the return. Right here. Damn it. Did it actually return, though? I think it actually ran. Sweet. Alright, that's not bad, because now what we've got is, we would see that there's a tool call. Now we would go build the recon tool node. That's what would be the next thing we would do here. Awesome. Right, we printed the response, which didn't help out because we already knew what the response was going to be. We actually wanted to capture this right. But that's okay, because now, once you see that there's a tool call, this whole portion down, meow, it's going to start coming back into effect. Yes, it is progress. It do has progress. Yes, very nice. So let's define a second. These are functions right now. We're going to build them into a graph, and then we're going to make them. We're going to connect those into we're going to build these different functions into a graph, and then it's going to basically be able to run through the cycles automatically. So then we'll give it a more complex task. Instead of just finding common ports on scanme.nmap.org, we'll actually connect to the VPN and we'll say find all open ports and do service version discovery port, and we'll see what it does. All right, so let's define a new one. We'll do recon tool node here. And that is going to take a state of a recon state. Very nice. Think about this. So we're doing good here, right? It looks like we're able to format, we're able to send the calls. I think I want to do something slightly different here. So iterating through an array of identified ports and services based on the initial enumeration as an import parameter for this. Hold on. My brain fried. Iterating through an array of the identified ports and services based on the initial enumeration as an input parameter for this. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's like, hey, we want to... because what we want to do is, right now it's a little bit of a bulky scan, right? Because it's doing the TAC A option in there. I think what we want to do is we want to tone it down a bit, take the TAC A out, just find the open ports, and then have it go through steps of, okay, you found open ports. Now do service version enumeration of just those ports. Great. Now do script scanning of those ports. And so it should go through and... Actually, you could probably do the version enumeration and the script scan at the same time. But whatever. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, because that's the exact method I would go through. I didn't want to go scanning a lot of extraneous ports whenever I was doing this. I like the So the tool call, the reason why it has this underscore run is because we should be able to tell it, hey, we want to go do this run. I need to look at something for LangChain tool node, or LangGraph tool node. Rebuild components. Very nice. Actually, this one. How to use the tool node. Oh, very good. Yes, this is sexy. Sexy AI coding. Yes, that is what we do. Alright, so we send a message with multiple tool calls. That's no problem. Okay. Let's see. So what we do is we do we build a model. We build a model with bind tools. What's the weather in San Francisco? We look at the tool calls. Bam, got the tool calls. And then we do a tool node dot invoke. Okay. Let me look at something how they did this in the React agent real fast here. Let's see. Route model output. So when they did this... All right, so here's our builder. We add a conditional edge from call model to route model output. Let me draw this out real fast, actually. And then I'll bring it up on the screen. All right, so... here's where they start this off. Builder, we have a state graph. Input is input states, and config schema, they have a configuration of this. Okay, so we add a node called call model. We've got that node. We gotta add a node called tools. We add an edge from start to call model. All right, so we're gonna... That is terrible. Glad you can't see me drawing this right now. Hold on, I will bring up the diagram here in just a second. Then we have a route model output node here. All right, so we add a conditional edge. I'll make those yellow. From call model to route model output. I'm just going to call it router. And we'll call it route model out, just to be clear. That's our conditional edge to route model output. And then we're going to add an edge from tools to call model. I believe this will go like this. Let's see. Set that up right here. So tools, we have a conditional edge from call model to route model output. Route model output basically says we can return... it can either go to end or to tools. Okay, so let's add an end node in here. Okay, here's what this looks like. That's the wrong button. Here we go. So we start, we call the model. We're going to route the model output. If it contains a tool call, we're going to route it to tools. Otherwise, we're going to end it. And then when the tool output comes back, we send it back to call model. So let me double check that. So we added an edge from tools to call model. Yep. All right. Very cool. There's actually cool visualization libraries you can use in here. In fact, I think if I come back to just the React agent, I think they've got a diagram of it. Yeah. What they don't see is like this edge right here. It's a little bit different because there's actually this route model output node that would happen in here for this. Actually, let me see where that's used. Where is route model output actually implemented? Yeah, so we add an edge from here. So it's just abstracted away, basically. Back over here. Yeah, so this part right here, there's a hidden node in here that it's for some reason not rendering. Call model should go to route, and then it's either going to go to tools or end in here. So they've collapsed call model and the route node into one in this case. But it's fine. That makes a lot more sense from the code I was reading now that I actually broke it down. Over here, let's see. The abstractions are nice until they're not. Yeah, exactly. What I'm thinking about doing here is over in... This was mostly built... Actually, no, I do like this the way it is right here. The RoboPages tool. Because it's got everything that we need inside of it. It seems to be working. We might just... take this comment out, this won't matter. Alright, because it seems to be able to make these calls, so that's no problem. What I want to know though is how do I get the tool node to actually call this? So here's a really good example. So we've got two functions defined here. We have a should continue, we have a call model. So we implement the state graph from our messages state. So this is the state table being passed between everything. This message state right here. So we add a node from the agent. It's called, or we call it agent, but it's calling the function call model. Then we add another node called tools. That's going to be the tool node. And so the tool node is, what did they put in the tool node? Killing me, Smalls. And here, this is what I was talking about. Here's the conditional edge, right? So agent, which is basically the output from call model, should continue. It's either going to return tools or end. And so should continue says, hey, basically, was there a tool call in there? If so, return tools, go to the tool node. I think the LangChain guys do a great job with their orchestrator design. Dude, I really wish I had a Mac so I could mess with the, what is it? They made something called, I think it's LangChain Studio. It's pretty badass. Also, yes. Well, let me see here. What did they define tool node in here? Okay, that's right. So tool node is literally just a list of tools in here. Right. They're trashing our rights, man. They're trashing the flow of data. I should add that one to the soundboard. They're trashing the flow of data. Alright, so tool node we can just invoke right here. Go ahead and minimize that. I think we're good there. I'm not going to change the way this is because it's working, which is fine. Go port 23. Wait, is that whenever they're talking about he's like, I think we've got a hacker, and he comes in, he's like, let's echo 23, see what's on there. God, I didn't even think about that. That's terrible. Oh man. Dude, I feel so dumb now because I didn't even think about that. Man, I gotta go back and rewatch the movie now just for that one line. Thanks, Bandit. I called you Bandit. It's Bandit. Bandit. It's not Bandit. It's Bandit. Yeah, now I gotta go get that up. I gotta go get a copy of that movie now. Let's see. So what we actually need to do is we need to set this tool call into the state. Let's see. Think about this. So recon state, we do have a task. I think we need to add something to this where we have tool calls, which is just going to be a list. Oh, we were actually going to add the messages to this. I forgot about that. Yeah. It's gross how many IoT devices still have telnet dependencies and don't support SSH. Bro. So one of my buddies, he actually caused a bit of a stir with it, where he found a, it was a smart key lock, and what they found out was that the company was not reinitializing the, oh, eyes are burning. They weren't properly initializing the SSH keys. And in fact, they weren't initializing them at all. Everything from the factory shipped with the same SSH key. So, and you had to be able to SSH into it. So basically the key was just on the device. And so every single one of those you could access by getting access to underlying firmware, dumping the private key, and then bam. Yeah, it was pretty sick. And it was funny because my boss actually got onto him and was like, hey, could you do this maybe as a work project next time and not just like when you get bored and then write a blog post about it? Yeah, and ICS is really bad too, dude. I was so stoked. We had an opportunity to test this one company, and they had their entire SCADA network cloned in a lab. Oh, I tried so hard to get a pen test with them because it would have been perfect. I could have gotten all the experience I wanted to with SCADA stuff without potentially blowing up a factory. I had a bug in an ICS system that was using OTP. But since those systems are isolated, the OTP algorithm was based on local system time. Oh. Tell it to a port and boom, shell using the OTP algorithm. Oh, man. Just in theory. Yeah, just in theory. Damn, that's bad. Oh, let's see. One thing that's great though, guys, even with all the back trouble, I've been standing this entire time. I know I've been sitting down usually for the last several months, but I've actually been standing because I find that standing has been helping my back better. So my back behave better. Let's see here. I think I'm gonna take this part. Actually, I think all we really need to do is just define the tool node in here. So what we need to do is, let's do tool. Let's just do this, recon tool node. It's gonna be a tool node. And then I think we just pass in the list of tools in here, which we already have. I think I can actually move these up a scope line here. I think we'll be good. And then we can just pass in the tools we want to bind to that tool node. Oh, we want to call that RB underscore. So that's our robo pages tools. Hey, Hats, what's up, dude? Worked in SCADA since 2001-ish. It's too boring. There's no protections, no crypto on the internal buses. If you get in the system, you have access to Modbus. It's all yours for the taking. Oh, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. All right, I think what we want to do now is let me use this example here that we had going for the React agent right here. All right, so we have a should continue, we have a call model. So what we do is we initiate the workflow, which is going to workflow state. How do we initialize that? Call this our recon flow. Why are they using state graph here? I'm just trying to make sure I understand everything. So from LangGraph, they import state graph. Oh, it does. Actually, we do need to have state graph in here because that is the. We need to import that, and that's going to be instead of a message state, we're going to pass in the recon state. But I did just realize something. So after we extract this stuff from the recon model call, what we need to do is we do have messages in here. So what we need to do is we need to add that message to this. So what we'll do is we'll take this out. I think what we're going to do is we're going to have this return. Yeah. You know how to look for unsafe webcams on the net early 2000s? You could find the POCs too. Oh, tell me that. Hats. Bro. I had fun with BB62 manipulating the display so no one knew I was tinkering with things. Bro. No, it's protected. You need to know the IP and the port to connect. I'll tell you what, that does provide a tiny bit of safety, Hats, just because if you go scan a lot of SCADA stuff wrong, or ICS stuff, you might actually crash it. If you just go run like a default nmap scan, you might fuck it up. Technically, it's offline then, and it can't be hacked. We got hired because they wanted to prove they needed more security budget. Man, I am all for that, man. I'm not above telling my clients, hey, where's your pain points? Because I'll go hit it up and put it in the report. And you say, hey, look, I told you this thing was bad. I think. Let me go look at something. I want to go verify something real quick. LangGraph message state. I think it's here in the message. Has message state? Yeah, so this is a type with just messages in it. So what we would do is, let me see, where's add message actually defined it? So what I want to do here is I want to earn. Actually, what I want to do is take the state. I want to append a message. I gotta look at the add messages function here real quick. Merge two lists of messages, updating existing messages by ID. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to add this message to it. So what's our first input? That's message one. So we want to do add message, message one. I'll just look at the little example here real quick. Oh, so by default, this ensures the state is append only unless a new message has the same ID as an existing message. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to add messages. We want to do from state. How did he do that? This is if we want to just return messages. All right. So message one was hello, message two was hello again. We merge those together. We get the type of, we just get hello again because they had the same ID. All right, problem there. So we add messages, message one, message two, get a list of them back. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, actually we're gonna say state messages. Ooh. Yeah, I think 6 hours is reaching the end of my limit here. So good thing we're about to wrap up the stream in about 30 minutes or so. Look at something. So our graph can now handle two key tasks. Each node can receive the current state as input. Updates to messages will be appended to the existing list rather than overriding it, thanks to the pre-built add messages function used with the annotated syntax. Which I think we did do. Yeah, we did. List of messages. Any. All right. Let's see. All right, so the add message function in our state will append to the LLM's response messages to whatever message already sent to this chat bar. Right. Where's that being used though? Like explicitly. Oh, so I think we actually don't even need to call add messages. I think we can just say we're going to return messages with the output. I think that's what we're doing. So what we'll do is we're going to return I'm going to try this. I think I'm going to get an error with it, though, because we're not passing back the entire thing. I never see them actually call add message directly. Which means to me, it looks like it's implying that it's getting automatically executed. I think so. All right, so what we're going to turn is, I don't think if we return the entire state, we're going to be in a good place. Python return. So they're saying do this with a mapped lambda. Hacking SCADA and finding SCADA systems using Shodan. I believe I saw that one a long time ago. That 2016, yeah, I think I remember that one. Oh, that's so scary. Yeah, anytime I would see Modbus on a pen test, I would get nervous. These other ones I'm actually not super familiar with, but Modbus, I'd see that, I was like, whoop, what's going on here? So he's saying do a map. This worked and is completely compatible with Python 2. Actually, now that I think about this, right? When they're returning this, they literally just return messages with the response. Yeah, that's what we want to do. So we want to return the entire state, but messages we want to have in. So I think we just modify the state, which we haven't done, right? So if we look at the state, we're just reading from the state. So what we can do is we can set the state here. So we can do let's do this. We'll do return return state is going to equal to the state, and then we're going to do return state. We're going to modify messages. And that's going to equal. So I do want to keep track of the messages as they come through. Actually, I'm going to try something before I do this. I'm going to finish out this thought here. I want to leave this in, but actually I want to try something real quick. We're going to try, because we just want to append to the messages in here. I wonder if I pass it in an incomplete dictionary, what it's going to do. It's probably going to throw a fit whenever it goes. That's okay. Found a kiosk escape, and from there found out how it all worked and manipulated the database and added a super user account. It spit out all the cash. That's badass, dude. And you automated it with the teensy. Oh, I loved the teensies. We were doing the rubber ducky thing with the teensies before rubber duckies were even a thing. Oh, the Profibus is Siemens Modbus-like implementation. Artex and EtherCAT is a real-time frame-based network over Ethernet. And those are used for direct servo motor control. Well, that's scary. Yeah. Let me check something. Let's see. Lane graph, do you need to return the entire state? The node does not need to return the whole state schema, just an update. Heck yeah, that's going to make it a lot easier. Cool. So I'm just going to kill it. So now we're going to have our messages.response. And then what we're going to do is we're going to define recon router. It's going to take a state, recon state. And we'll say if, we'll look at the last message. So I think we're going to do, how did they do this in the React? Messages, a state messages, they look at the last one. Okay. So what we'll do is, we'll just break this out explicitly. So we'll do, last message is going to be state messages. Dino10, what's up, man? Happy Sunday. So what we'll do is then we'll just grab the last index there, do a little bit of that, a little bit of that, and then literally this. We're basically just kind of re-implementing this just with some modifications. So if last message has a tool call, so we're going to return tool. In fact, I'm just going to copy paste it because I'm a lazy bastard. Except it won't let me. So why not? Hey, there we go. Return in. Oh, we're going to have to import that from like graph. Oh crap, what do we need start and end from langgraph. So, add messages we don't need. We're going to need start and end. So we got start and end nodes for our graph. Perfect. All right, so there's our router. So we have our base call to the LLM here. I'm thinking probably going to optimize this a bit, and we're going to take out this tools portion because we're already passing in the tools. But that's fine. We'll leave it for now. The smart safe I played with had a physical attack using a coat hanger. I'm sure you've seen Lockpicking Lawyer, but the way he gets into some of those those locks, he's like, "Hey, it's ultra secure. I'm gonna use a Bic pen to get into it." It cracks me up. All right, so we have our LLM call. We've got our router. We got our tool node, and now we actually, I think, just have to build the flow. I think that's all we need. We'll also need to adjust the context, but I think making good progress on this now. All right, so now our recon flow is going to be our state graph, and then how do we want to implement this? Yeah, we're going to add our nodes, and then we're going to whip them together. Let's go ahead and do that. So we'll do recon flow, add node, and I think we pass in the friendly name and then the actual name we want. So let's do let's say recon agent, and that's going to go to recon call model or recon model call. That's how it's going to be. And then we're going to do another recon flow node, and this is going to be our recon tool node, and from there, that's going to be our recon tool node, just like that. So we got the two nodes. Bam, should be good. There's a machine with multiple motors that has to move synchronously. The first one getting the motion command, and you jam the network loop. They're like token ring and loop back, and the second never gets the command. Oh, rough. You can physically destroy things without even knowing what you're doing. That's why I was always sketchy about testing ICS and SCADA systems, and I was super stoked for that one lab customer. God, I wish they would have let me test their stuff. All right, let's do recon flow. Actually, I want to. Is this killing me? Just going. Let me refactor this. Name that recon workflow. So what we're going to do is we're going to add an edge, and we're going to do start, and it's going to go to. I think we add the friendly name here, which would be the agent. Workflow, and we'll add another edge here. That's going to be from recon agent to the router. Actually, which I did not add. I need to do that. Let's do that real quick. So recon workflow. Got to add one more node in here. Or no, that's a conditional edge. So that's why it's not showing up as a. I forgot about that. Trojan Mango, what's up, man? Fire away. I can put a VPN on my travel modem and connect to a random PLC. Is there any risk with the GGUF file? I think there is. I don't know them off the top of my head. Let me see. Because if I remember correctly, I think GGUFs use a... I think they do have like a script loading functionality to them. I could be mistaken. I'm trying to remember. Binary format optimized for quick loading and saving of models, making it highly efficient for purposes. I'm trying to remember. I mean, one of the inherent problems could be if there was something in the GGUF that might be able to exploit a buffer exploit in Llama CSPP. Let me see. I'm trying to remember. Giga. Let's see what they've got here. These guys, I haven't seen them. ProtectAI.com. Let's see. Giga models consist of tensors and standardized set of metadata. Chat templates could be added as part of a Giga model metadata. Uses Jinja 2 templating. Attackers can insert malicious code into the Jinja template. That's what I was thinking about right here. So, Cobra Chicken. This is what I was trying to remember. So, because anything where they've got any kind of templating, code execution, scripting that comes apart as a part of the package, yeah, you could potentially backdoor it, put bad stuff into it. You think if I build a first aid kit for yachts and a standard island surgery book for most common stuff, I could make enough money to buy a yacht? Doubtful, Trojan. And the reason I say that is because, well, no, actually, I take that back. Depends on how much you charge for the kit. If you can, because people that own yachts tend to have a lot of money, so they might be willing to pay a lot of money for that. However, they might just say it's more cost efficient to just take their doctor with them. I am definitely not in that boat. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm just curious because I have enough problems getting execution of unintended tasks. I wonder if Giga files will be the next vessel for as their popularity rises. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those things where if you're gonna run them, download it, look through the whatever the Jinja templates are, and just make sure there's nothing suspicious in there. Pretty much, I tell people treat AI models, especially open source AI models, just like anything you download from GitHub. You gotta RTFC. You gotta read the fucking code. I've had one buddy in particular that used to make proof of concept exploit code, and it would work. However, he'd always put some kind of poison pill in there, like, I don't know, like doing an RMRF on your hard drive. I find that the Jinja 2 templating for a system message prompt is just a part of the context window. Or can I build an extension off adding into the Jinja 2 templates? That I'm not sure about. That's not the area of AI I have been playing with. I'm more trying to understand the end user portion of it. Hence this little project we're working on. We're going to see if we can automate playing some Hack the Box. Inject shellcode exploit via C2 and Jinja template. Yeah, exactly, Sin. Just think about it, because if you had, I haven't messed with Jinja in a long time, but I'm pretty sure you can do system calls and just have it download, like, either run PowerShell or curl or something. In fact, come to think of it, I don't think I've ever had to write Jinja. I'm aware of it. I've looked at it. I don't think I ever had to write it. So let me see here. So we added from start to agent. We want to actually from start to recon agent. We want to add a conditional there. Okay. So the first thing we need is the source. So this will be the recon agent. Recon agent, we're going to pass it. We're going to pass it the recon router. That's that, and then a list of things that you can go to. So it can either go to, that should be node. So where we want to go to is, it can either go to the ends node or to the tool node. Yeah. So we'll do recon I kind of hate this, but I'll fix it later. Switch this over just a wee bit. There we go. And then the last thing we need to do, because I'm basically just re-implementing this a little bit with some of our custom logic. We add the conditional edge, and we also want to add an edge from tools to agent. Yep, that's what we're doing. So we'll do recon workflow. We're going to add an edge. And that's going to go from the recon tool node to the recon agent. Good work right there. Jinja in SQL is catastrophic with some tools. Oh yeah, Sam. Especially if like that Jinja is, making your SQL calls. I primarily run my local LLMs in PowerShell. I mean, you can totally do that. I tend to use Ollama. I like Ollama pretty well. I use Jinja 2 templates for my SQL, or to use SQL macros so I can rip deep into a model's training. Nice. Let's see if we can wrap this up just a little bit here. There we go. I think we just about got it. Yeah, so we added our nodes, we added our conditional edge. I'm gonna start burning through the snoozes for the rest of the stream. Good here. I think all we have to do now is compile it. So let's do recon workflow dot, I think it's compile. Actually, we want to return it after we do this. So we're going to do... let's call this agent. So agent is going to be recon workflow compile. In this case, what they're doing is they're sending this to app.stream. Okay, so rather than sending the test state to recon model, what we're going to do is we're going to do agent invoke, and I believe we're just going to pass in the test state here. I think that's all we need. Oh, this works would be so cool. Let me check something real fast here. Let me go into Lanesmith. $316. Okay, cool. So we're actually capturing what we're doing right here. So I'm gonna run it. Let's see what happens. Hold on to your butts. Yeah, it didn't like that. So I messed something up here. So found edge starting at unknown node. Oh, let's see. That's what I was afraid was going to happen. Recon tool node. Recon. Let's see. Oh, because one of these is called recon tools node. That's what I actually didn't really like. So I'm going to do something. This is going to look a little silly, but you know what? It's going to work. Put here. Defining the agent graph here. So what I'm going to do is say this is going to equal that same thing. This will look a little bit funny, but I'm going to show you why I'm doing this in just a second. So let's get our recon agent out of here too. That's going to be recon agent. It's going to be node names fork and convenience. Recon agent, recon tool. That's all we really need there. Okay. So now call this out. Now our names are all variables. So if basically, because as we're passing all these damn strings, if there's a typo like this, we don't notice it. Now, if we just quickly name those suckers, and we've got it. Let's try it. Key error tools during task with name recon agent. Okay. Let's go look in here. We should have an error. Okay. Key error tools traceback. So we sent a call to chat, Anthropic, functions and tools. There's our input, there's our output. We want to do a TCP send scan. Okay, great. We go to recon router. And yep, I know what happened here. Yep, that was it. So let me bring this up a bit. I'm actually going to take these out real fast. And I'm going to move them up. Did I misspell convenience? Is that what happened here? Yep. Convince. Convenience. How do you... Convenience. How the hell do you spell convenience? There we go. Mother of God. Okay. Got that now. Let's see. So the problem is up here, this should not be tools. This should return tool. There we go. We were close. This close, everyone. When you say clock skew bullshit, you're talking about like when you're doing AD enumeration cipher? Yeah, for Kerberos fun time. I mean, that's something we'll probably have to look at, too. Once we start adding in, like, Active Directory components to it, we'll definitely have to... Well, 100% we'll run across that. So we have a lane graph running. Oh God, what is it doing? What is it doing here? I think I have an infinite loop happening here because I didn't update it. Yep, that's what happened. Oh, you know what? It's running though. We actually did have it doing stuff in here. Recursion limit of 25 reached without hitting a stop condition. You can increase the limit by setting the recursion limit config key. Let's go look at the trace real quick. This will be the last thing we do for tonight. But I noticed, like, this shit's just running in a loop. What just happened? Okay, so our recon agent, we had no context. We had a task, find common open ports on scanme.nmap.org. Comes through, hits it. Output. I want to run an nmap TCP port send scan against scanme.nmap.org. Okay, great. We go to the tool node. Tool node sends this. We send the scan data. Okay, we had a traceback happen here. Okay, so there was an error with the input here. So input was target scan me in map or. Okay. So the way it's passing, so what we need to do is we're gonna have to debug how it's actually passing this data back over to the tool call. That's the problem. Because it's throwing an error on the KW args here when it does that. Because the way we had it set up, it should take the args off of that, but apparently that's not what was happening. Okay. Fortunately, guys, that's where I've got to call it. I've been standing for 6 hours. We did an extra long stream tonight because I felt bad about missing the last 2 streams, and y'all can thank Sock because she's really awesome about it. But let's go find us if anybody's on to raid. Hopefully one of the guys is on InfoSec streams. Now disappoint me, hackers. Why are we the only hackers that stay up late at night? You're killing me, Smokes. Oh, snooze. I don't want to run ads right now. Let's go see who we can find to raid out to. What do we have online that's fun? We still got those guys trying to make $1 million in 90 days. Let's see. Raytheon's on, but he's playing Metroid. Let's see. Bex from Chicago's on doing her... What is that? She's doing her DJ set. Let's see who's in our... Maybe I do something fun in coding. Got some folks doing Blender, a couple other things. Let's see. By the way, if you have raid suggestions, I am completely open to them. Just shout them. Who's over in Science and Tech right now? No, surprising Arduino's not on right now. It's just a slow Sunday, not too many people on. Hey, Poop, right? What's up, man? Yeah, today was a bit of a long stream. Normally, everyone who just came in, I will typically be streaming from like 8 to 11 Central Time on Saturdays and Sundays. And then Tuesdays also doing news, like we'll go over hacker news for the week. But with my back being the way it is, the last 2 streams got BTFO'd along with the disc in my back. So I decided to try and do an extra long one tonight. And actually, I'm doing pretty good, thankfully. So standing up is definitely the key. I cannot sit down and do this. What's your favorite tool for training your own models? I have actually not done much training aside from doing like rags and stuff like that. Because it takes so much... It takes a ton of data, it takes a ton of time, and a ton of processing power. So I've jailbroken a bunch of different models to mess with. One that I actually do really like is, oh crap, what's it called? White Rabbit Neo. And they're trying to make it work. It's up on Hugging Face also. They're trying to make this one work where it is specifically a cybersecurity focused large language model. And so I really like the idea of this one. I can't even run the big model of 33B because I don't have 30 gigs of video RAM. Let's see. Just the Jinja 2's rags and Hugging Face favorites. Yeah, that's pretty much what I do. If I'm going to run something local, it's going to be pretty small. I do like using Open Router for whenever I do want to send stuff to like different models. That's a pretty cool tool. I like it a lot. Let's see. X just took a break. That's it. We're gonna go raid the. I respect the hustle, so I want to see what these guys are doing. Not even home right now. The stream's just on. They're not even doing anything. What are they doing? You know what? Vash is online. We'll go raid her. We haven't raided her. All right, guys. That is where I've got to end it. I got to be able to get some sleep to take care of stuff tomorrow. I got to go rest my back up and stand it up for 6 hours solid. Everyone, you'll have a badass week. I hope you'll get out there and crush it. Have a great time. And I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out with me on a Sunday, especially for 6 freaking hours. That's a long stream. Yep, Hats, you have a good night, sir. Everyone, keep kicking ass. Remember, who's going to carry the boats? Red team. Who's going to carry the logs? Blue team. There's little David Goggins for you to get you ready for the week. Keep kicking ass, everyone. I have faith in you. And I want y'all to remember one thing. I love you. Peace. Yes, and happy St. Patty's Day.